Audrey, Kate is running late, so she asked us to give her 5 minutes. Good evening.
Um,
I know you're tired of me asking you how you doing. Did you get a nap?
I
No.
just couldn't because my window of being able to get it was gone.
Collapse.
But that's fine though. Yeah.
Alice, are you rocking and rolling with your self-care?
Myself, I need a lot of self-care this week.
Yes. You have a lot going on. Well, Kate did text me. She's stuck in traffic. She said she feels like she can log on at about 8:35. So I'm happy for us to wait a few minutes for her.
Yeah,
If that
that's
is your
fine.
pleasure, that's fine. Okay,
Absolutely. I have a question for you.
sure.
I was talking with my FCM mentor. You know, you have to have a mentor for the ordination process.
I have got to
And
get me
he
a
was,
mentor. Go ahead.
yeah, you're going to do it with FCM too?
I was thinking about it. Do you have to have endorsement from a denomination?
No, you can't. You don't need an endorsement. You would do the commissioning and then endorsement. You would do the commissioning,
The
which
whole
is
process.
yeah. At
That's
the
what I
end, the
need. I need to
endorsement.
do
It's
it.
really good. Is everybody is a chaplain. That's why I was like
FCN. I always forget. FCN.
Federation of Christian Ministry.
Okay.
Everybody there is that all chaplains. I
I'm
mean,
gonna hold me accountable. I'm coming. I'm coming. All
I
right. Go
am
ahead.
going
What's
to
your
I'm
question?
going to keep nagging you until it is all
Yes, please.
Federation of Chaplain. Really, it's very good. I mean,
Okay.
it's huge too, and all of them are chaplains.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't need ecclesial endorsement because you do the commissioning, which is like ordination. Then after that, you do the endorsement. They do the they will be the one endorsing you. You don't need an
Excellent.
endorsement
That's what
outside
I
of that.
need. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for it.
But the mentor guy was talking to me, said which system theories you guys are using? I said we are doing multiple, but they all we do family system, which is under system theory. We do behavior personality too, which is under system theory. And we did the one on Erickson is what theory is that? But that
It's
falls
a
on
developmental,
does that fall under psychoanalytic or which
psych
one?
psychodynamic or psychodevelopmental.
Psychodynamic.
Hmm.
Okay, so he was asking me the groups. I said, hmm. So I just was putting the group myself, but we
Okay.
he was asking me because it's like when they talk as system, because I was
So
talking about
I'm kind of
personality.
surprised that you didn't say spiritual or theological. That's one of our systems. Did you say
I,
that one? So psychodynamic, spiritual, psychological development. We do some institutional systems stuff.
we,
I've tempered it a little bit, but here we've had such a diverse group, but we do more when it's all one group. It's sort of unfair to spend a whole lot of time talking about the healthcare system and everybody's not in the healthcare system. But that's one that we tend to do. And
you want
then,
me to?
the womanists, we do social cultural systems.
Right. What
All
about
right, I'll shut up.
cognitive behavioral?
What about the what?
The cognitive behavioral system.
Yes,
We do that too,
we
right?
do. Does that fit under psychological or psychodynamic
Yeah,
system?
it's a psychodynamic too, which anyway,
Yeah.
I was so
Good.
very interested in categorizing
Yes,
that.
that is. Yes. But
I
Audrey,
did a good job
you
for
heard that
us.
she didn't say spiritual systems, right? You heard.
I at least I did a good job representing us anyway.
Thank
I
you. I
have
appreciate that.
$1,000.
Oh, good. I appreciate you. Welcome, Kate. We're glad you're here. Nice and
Thanks,
safe.
guys. Sorry for
We
my late.
I did let everybody know, and we decided to wait. I received a text earlier from Alfredo, a little bit over an hour ago, that he's not going to be able to join us. We met in IS this morning. I wasn't surprised. He had some pretty heavy cases he was managing today, so he won't be here tonight. And I want to do an experiment tonight and change up the order of what we're doing. And so bear with me as I make that change. What I would like for us to do is have a verbatim, then a 5-minute break, which is usually what we do, then a second verbatim. Then we'll go to our spiritual care education practice session for the 30 minutes. And when we come back, we'll have IPG, take another break, do our final verbatim, whoever that third person is. And then I'm going to do a brief didactic on feelings. I was either going to do that one or the assessment. I thought, no, I think Alfredo wants to be here for the assessment one. And we'll call it a night. Okay. All right. So thank you for letting me switch that up. And we've all arrived, and I've seen smiles and heard laughter. And so we're in a good space. I'm so grateful to have Wi-Fi. So, because I've been in and out all day. Um, so who would like to go first? I mean, like might be an overstatement. Who's willing to go first?
I can
I'll
go.
go.
Oh, let Audrey go. Great.
Okay. All
You
right.
sure, Kate?
Yeah, I'll go second if Alice is okay with that. Perfect.
We just don't want to be last, huh, Kate?
That's right. Especially because she switched the order. I was like, mine's intense. I don't want to have to carry it for 2 hours.
Okay. Ooh, I gotta open it up.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, there you guys are. Okay, so it's the patient and the chaplain. So we will need a volunteer to be the patient and or the chaplain.
Audrey, would you be willing to make that as big as you can?
Okay.
Thank you.
If you guys don't mind, I'm just going to read it on this screen for my eyes. If you guys don't mind.
Is that good? Is that, are you able to read, Alice? I know you.
Audrey, I'm going to pull it up on this screen if you don't mind. I'll read it from this screen so that is because I have the
Yeah,
on only one screen, so I'm going to read it from that screen if you don't mind.
that's fine. Okay. Are you going to be the chaplain or the patient? Are you talking, Alice? You're on mute.
I'm like, whatever you want me to be. Kate, you say you will be what?
I can be either one. Do you want to jump right in? Are you saying you want to jump right into the dialogue piece, Audrey? Or
No, I'm just identifying who's doing what.
yeah, you just tell me whichever role. I'm glad to do either.
Okay, well, Kate, you can be the chaplain, and Alice, please be the patient.
Thank you.
And I'll read the little feelings part. And with that being said, I'm glad we're having a didactic on feelings because I find it hard to put it down, to put it in words. But I will go ahead and start. This patient, LT is her name. She's 72 years old. Is diagnosed with advanced congestive heart failure. She's a Christian, and this conversation or encounter took place on 27th, which was on Monday of this week. I welcome feedback on my communication style and skills as I continue to grow in spiritual caregiving. This feedback will help me discern when and how to adjust my communication style and when to offer spiritual resources in a way that honors each person's distinctive needs and spiritual journey. My learning goals are to continue to develop deeper listening skills, particularly around themes of mortality and fear, to strengthen ability to provide theological grounding when discussing end of life transitions, and well, I'll probably explain that later. Explore personal theology of death and eternal life to better accompany others with authenticity and compassion. And the reason I set goals in those two areas was because I found myself, first of all, with my own personal theology about death and dying and starting to bring it, I felt it coming in and I felt myself pushing it on that other person. And what I failed to do, you'll see later, is I didn't ask her really about her theology. I didn't ask questions about that. And so I set that as a goal because I want to learn to do that and get in the habit of doing that so that I'm not pushing my own theology on somebody else.
Right.
So I've chosen for my outcomes and indicators of spiritual care intervention, outcome spiritual care relationships, indicator 1A13, demonstrate an understanding and initiate use of communication styles and skills in spiritual care relationships. During this encounter, I was challenged to discern what communication style to use and when to adjust it. I wanted to remain engaged without merely echoing her words or making assumptions about what she was expressing. This experience reminded me of the importance of being fully present and attentive to both verbal and nonverbal cues. It also helped me recognize that effective spiritual care requires sensitivity and patience based on the other person's emotional and spiritual needs. And then the second one is under spiritual care intervention, and the outcome is the use of cultural, religious, and spiritual resources. The indicator 1A15, demonstrate an understanding and initiate the use of spiritual resources that address spiritual well-being. During the encounter, I did not have specific resource materials available, and I chose not to offer any at that time. I felt it was more important to focus on being present and providing a listening ear rather than introducing additional resources that might have shifted the patient's attention away from her immediate emotional and spiritual needs. And the reason that came up for me was because, and you'll see later, it talks about hospice. And what I realized as I was going through that is I don't know a lot about hospice.
Mm.
And so even though I was trying to help her, I really wasn't sure, what to say, how to say it. I didn't want to trigger her. I didn't want to make her feel worse. And I thought it would have been nice if I had some resources available to me where I could have went back and to the office and got some things and said, and went back to her room and brought it to her so she could have read up on it. So I'm going to be talking to the chaplain about that. Okay, background. The patient, LT, is a 72-year-old woman diagnosed with advanced congestive heart failure. Raised in the Baptist tradition as a Christian, she has not been actively involved in church in recent years. She was referred to the chaplain by a nurse after requesting a chaplain upon receiving notification of hospice care. During the visit, LT appeared anxious, tearful, and engaged in reflective thought, voicing concerns about her future and feeling apprehensive about the dying process. The purpose of the visit was to provide emotional and spiritual support to a patient who had just been informed of being placed in hospice care. The goal was to offer presence, compassion, and a safe space for the patient to express feelings, fears, and hopes during the transition. And now we'll go into the verbatim. Chaplain 1 enters softly, knocks.
Good afternoon, LT. My name is Audrey. I'm a chaplain intern from the spiritual care office. The nurse mentioned you might like someone to talk with for a bit.
Head bowed down. Chaplain noticed his patient had been crying.
Yes, please come in. It's been quite a day.
Struggling with what or how to reflect.
It sounds like you've had a lot of news to take in today.
Tears running down her face.
They told me I'm being placed on hospice care. I guess that means
Pausing and shrugging shoulders.
there's not much more they can do.
Looking around, wanting to give her a tissue, almost getting caught up in the need for a tissue.
That sounds like very heavy news. What was it like hearing that?
Crying.
It felt like the floor dropped out from under me. I knew I was sick, but I didn't think I was that close to the end.
Personal feelings emerging, struggling with follow-up.
You weren't expecting it to come so soon.
No, I thought I would have more time. Maybe get stronger again.
Nodding as in understanding.
It's okay to feel that shock. Many people feel the same way when they hear the word hospice.
It sounds like giving up.
That's a common feeling, but hospice doesn't mean giving up. It means focusing on your comfort, your peace, and what matters most to you right now.
Questioning my own understanding of hospice internally.
Peace. That's something I would like to have. I've been so tired, but I don't want to be afraid.
Feeling very sad for the patient.
You want to rest and find peace without fear.
Yes, I just don't know how.
Sometimes peace comes from talking about what's on your heart. What helps you feel close to peace or God these days?
Questioning my response. Pauses, tears forming.
I used to pray a lot. Haven't done that in a while. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't think I remember how to pray.
Trying to stay out of my head and heart and remain present.
That's okay. Even when we can't find the words, God still listens to our hearts.
You really think so?
Looking intent at patient.
I do. I believe God knows your heart better than anyone, and that God is right here with you, even now.
Takes a deep breath.
That helps. Maybe I can start talking to him again.
Smiling.
Prayer is simply talking to God. Would you like to pray together now, or would you prefer to just sit quietly for a moment?
I would like a prayer, please. Something peaceful.
Bows head. And then I just made a note that I don't remember the exact prayer.
Father God, we thank you for being present with LT today. Surround her with your peace and remind her that she is not alone. Give her comfort, rest, and assurance that your love never leaves her. Amen.
Amen. Audrey.
Amen. She says amen. Reaching for chaplain's hand.
Thank you, Chaplain. That felt calm.
Smiling.
I'm glad. You have a gentle spirit, LT. I'll check in again if that's all right.
Smiling.
Yes, please. I would like that.
The analysis. Before the visit, I felt calm, yet recognized that the conversation might be emotionally challenging. My intention was to maintain a non-anxious presence throughout the interaction. During our time together, several theological and spiritual concerns emerged. These included struggling with the meaning of hospice, particularly the tension between viewing it as giving up versus finding peace. There were also expressions of fear regarding death and the loss of control, as well as longing for reconciliation with God and a desire to return to prayer. In response, I provided empathetic listening and validated these emotions. I also worked to reframe hospice as a compassionate form of care centered on achieving peace. Additionally, I invited spiritual reflection on the individual's connection with God and offered prayer to foster spiritual comfort and renewed hope. The patient was tearful at first, but became more peaceful and open to prayer. She expressed renewed interest in reconnecting with God and welcomed future visits. Self-reflection. In reflecting on my approach, I believe I was effective at creating a calm and sacred space for the patient. I intentionally allowed silence and moments of reflection to guide our conversation, choosing not to rush in with immediate comfort. My non-judgmental presence seemed to support the patient in expressing both her fears and her hopes openly. Looking ahead, I recognize opportunities for growth, such as deepening my theological reflection during future visits. This might involve exploring how the patient's understanding of God affects her perception of death, and when appropriate, integrating scripture or peaceful imagery to further enrich our conversations. In the evaluation, while I feel confident that I was able to create a calm and sacred environment to the patient, I am uncertain about whether I should have delved deeper into her theological perspectives on death. This internal struggle reflects my desire to balance providing comfort with encouraging meaningful spiritual exploration, and it leaves me considering how such a discussion might have supported her emotional and spiritual journey. The spiritual. The patient appeared to be in a state of emotional distress and spiritual uncertainty upon learning about the transition to hospice care. She expressed feelings of sadness and fear about her declining health and the approaching end of life. Although she mentioned a belief in God, her faith seemed to be mixed with doubt and questioning about the meaning of her suffering. The patient demonstrated a need for reassurance, spiritual comfort, and opportunities to talk openly about her fears and hopes. She may benefit from ongoing spiritual support that emphasizes God's presence, compassion, and peace as she faces this stage of her journey. The theological reflection. Theologically, this encounter reminded me that God's presence is most profound in moments of human vulnerability and suffering. The patient's fear and questioning reflected a very human response to facing mortality, yet it also opened space for grace and divine companionship. I was reminded of Psalm 23, which assures that even in the valley of the shadow of death, God walks beside us. This passage guided my understanding that my role was not to provide answers, but to embody the comforting presence of God through attentive listening and compassionate care. In doing so, I participated in God's ministry of presence, allowing the patient to feel seen, heard, and spiritually supported in her time of need. Hospice care, from a theological perspective, can be viewed not as surrender, but as acceptance of God's timing and turning toward eternal peace. Through prayer, the patient experienced spiritual reassurance. I recognize that spiritual care at the end of life is about helping people discover meaning, dignity, and companionship in God's presence rather than offering explanations of or solutions. And I didn't have anything under ethical, and I didn't make any future plans. And normally I would make sure I followed up, but I knew I was going to be gone for the next 2 days, and I don't go back until Friday, so I didn't know if the patient was going to still be there in the hospital by the time I got back there. And that concludes. Questions, comments, feedback?
My observation is that for who the person you had, your choices were pretty clean and straightforward. And it looked like from your verbatim, she moved from a space of worry to a space of peace, or at least more peace she had from the time you walked in the door. And I think that's always just one really important thing we do sometimes, is just, even if it's a tiny shift, just a shift in that direction. And I think it's apparent in what you did. It's a really straight path to get there. And it worked that she was Baptist and that you prayed and all of that. So yeah, I think that's a really nice presentation of something that matters to you. My only thought would be, just, again, I always think like this, it's not you personally. I just am always curious where people are faith-wise. So even like in my experience, Baptist has a whole range of Baptists. So even if it said Baptist on the chart, I would just be, are you Baptist? Are you Baptist because your parents were Baptist and you just inherited it? Like, what is this? So I think for me, the space that I might suggest is just kind of at the top when you're getting started. Be curious. And one thing I actually did as a new chaplain when I was first learning how to do this is I would carry my little notebook and my pencil and take notes. And I literally wrote on the top of pages, be curious. So I would remember that to be the first, like, okay, calm down. It's not like about you getting everything right in this room. Just start by kind of jumping in the boat. So I might just say, maybe think like that, because it opens up a lot of avenues for what you bring to the table beautifully. That's just my thought.
Thanks, Kate. And I totally agree. I didn't realize until I was writing and going through this that I just assumed, what her theology was. I knew it said Baptist. I feel like, I got lucky, because, she said, yes, let's pray, or I want to pray. And it appeared that she felt better. But yeah, that's a good idea to write the be curious, because I just kept asking, how did I forget to even ask, what is your faith? What does God look like to you? And I normally do that, but for some reason, and it could be because of where I am in my life right now and what's going on in my life, that just the thought, of the hospice and death and stuff just kind of had my brain all over the place. Another thing I didn't do prior to going in was looking at the chart. I got the referral, which told me she was Baptist, because it tells us their religion. but I didn't know that she was told that she was going into hospice. So I really wasn't prepared for the conversation. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree.
I really like the way it ends too, in addition to what Kate observed. It's a very good conversation, by the way. Um, um, Before anything, I really like that the patience here, when you say you define prayer as just simply talking to God, they say, what do you like to pray? The persons emphasize something peaceful. It really is talking about, it's telling you the emotional space the person is that I just need something peaceful. And then the prayer you wrote is surround her with your peace, which is what she wanted. And then the patient respond, that felt calm, right? I just, because you're there, even though it's true that in all of it, the word God is used by you, not the
Right.
not the patient. But in this particular place, the point of intersection is that place of peace, right? That you brought it with um, your own, what you think is the best way you can bring that peace. And the person say, thanks, it felt calm. So I wonder if sometimes in those moments that quote unquote we didn't go in with curiosity, and even the whole conversation itself, even though yes, you're going to try to say God is important, but let her be the one to bring the term God, and then you enter in that space with her. But even though you are the one that did brought that God, your own ritual still gave her what she wanted. I needed something peaceful, and you refer to peace in the prayer, then it felt calm. So for me, it's in that moment what she needed, you met her where she wanted to be, something that will bring her peace, and which is for me is really beautiful. And that how is that place is so surrounded by that peace, the peace that her heart. I say he. Is it a he or she?
It's a she. Is there
Okay.
a typo?
No, it's my.
Oh, okay.
It has nothing to do with it. It's all
Oh,
about
okay.
wise. So I like that space really. And as you say, we all are still in that process of learning to let the person request their own kind of rituals, and don't assume that our ritual is what they need. However, when they bring it, sometimes your ritual coincidentally meets the person in the place where the person needs the most. And in this sense, was in that place of peace. So in that sense, I said, I really love how it it really happened. Another area of curiosity that for me is um I'm so sorry because before you were there, Audrey, I'm now thinking in terms of systems theory and what this is doing. So now I'm bringing it, my brain is going to bring it in there, is to, and I think that verbatim is not a place. Donna, you might want to correct that because it's again hospice, the whole thing about hospice, and when you get to the theological reflection becomes in the family system theory in terms of death as in that space of disruption of family. And when the person is in that stage, is that disruption that is now also becomes palpable. How do we, and that's kind of reflection in that through the lens of family system, um, I don't know what we bring in there on what in how we reflect about it theologically, because it's not just about that person, it's disrupting family and what it means. This I'm speaking aloud because one of the things of systems theory, death is part of it. That is where the whole problem of death and the rupture it brings, and the impact it brings on family anyway. that might not be relevant in this case, but I want to be able to draw that in because you hospice, what hospice means, and death. Because hospice means to her is they didn't know it was time that it was going. It's like death is on the horizon anyway. But thank you so much.
I think you're right. That might be something we can explore, especially easy to explore when family is introduced in some sort of way in the conversation. Then it's easier to work our way through family systems. Audrey, I'd like you to reflect on Alice's feedback around the theology piece and share more with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alice, and thank you on how you delivered it, because that was a very challenging part for me. When I went back and looked, and I thought, she didn't say God, I said God. And so I made an assumption, and it was based on my theology. When she said she wanted peace, that's who I go to for peace. And so that's why I said with the communication style, because I didn't just reflect back what she said. I said something, I don't have it up here anymore, but I wasn't necessarily repeating, giving back what she said. I was taking what she said and then responding based on whatever I was feeling inside. So that I know is something that that I'm going to be working on and being intentional about as I speak to the patients. And then not really having hospice. When she said hospice, in my mind, I went straight to she's getting ready to die. And after I talked to my preceptor, because he was a hospice chaplain for years, and so he says, no, people could be on hospice for a year. I mean, it doesn't mean, it's like an immediate. So instead of looking at the mortality part of it, I should have just focused right on where she was in the moment, what she was feeling right then, which was just she was anxious because of the news. She was fear because she didn't know how long it was going to be. So yeah, yeah, Alice, and then I'm working on, since I made that one of my goals to get grounded, to get a grounding in the patient's theology. I'm working on questions that I could ask. So I like the idea of the be curious on the top of my paper, but also I want to have a set of questions, that I have pretty much have something like that just for a regular visit, for a regular good morning, how you doing kind of thing. But I was caught off guard with the hospice. And because the patient was crying, when I walked in, I can tell she had already been crying.
Audrey, can you say a little bit more about that experience of walking in and she's crying?
Uh, yeah, it just felt really heavy for me when I saw she was crying. I knew, it was a referral, so I knew it was somebody who had requested the chaplain. And so I knew that there was some circumstance or situation or something, that was going to be there. I just think the emotion, seeing that emotion with her, and then what's going on with me in my life right now, it just like I really wanted to just start praying like right away. I immediately went to my theological safe space. If I had have been sitting at home watching TV and that happened and I felt that, I would have started praying, or I would have turned on my music, my gospel music. I would do some things to kind of help me to have peace in that time. I couldn't do that then.
Would you just cry?
I didn't. I probably.
No, I don't mean with the patient. I mean, you said if I was in that place and I'm tearful, I'm going to turn on music, I'm going to start
Oh
praying.
yes, and I'm going to cry like a baby.
Okay.
I cry a lot when I pray. That's part of my that's part of my worship experience. I do a lot of crying. Um, but yeah, I would have cried. But I felt like from the very beginning, throughout that whole, that's why that particular one stayed in my head. Throughout that whole experience, I felt like I was walking underwater. I felt like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to say next. I had been practicing, the listening and reflecting back and almost being a little parrot. She said, "You need peace? Did you say you need peace?" But I didn't do that a lot during that encounter. It appeared that it was okay, that she got through it, I got through it, we both got through it. I was really happy at the end where she grabbed my hand, because I wanted to grab her hand, or I wanted, I just felt like I needed that. But I knew that I could have asked permission and did it, but before I can do it, she grabbed my hand, and so we were able to have that little bit of exchange with the hands. And so I know that it made her feel better, but it also made me feel better. Yeah. So it was a
Would you,
good experience. It was even a better experience having to write it and reflect on it and dig and then I started remembering, oh,
Hmm.
why didn't I say that? Why did she say this? Yeah. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
I think, no, I think you did comfort her and do it with empathy and with grace. Um, I do want to invite you to bring the verbatim part back up again. Um, and this is just a reminder, the reasons the numbers are so helpful is it makes it easy for us to go to a specific place and tell you the number.
You want to go to a particular number?
I don't, I, um, why is your screen so small for me? There it is. Okay. So thank you for doing that. So I want to go to number 5.
Mm-hmm.
So you say in parentheses, I'm nodding as in understanding. Is it understanding or nodding as in I hear you, keep talking, I'm listening? Or are you nodding and thinking my nod means I understand?
It should have been as you said it, nodding and I hear you. But it at that moment I was understanding. I was thinking to myself, I understand. Because
Yeah.
she said, yeah, when
Yeah.
she said I thought I'd have more time, maybe getting stronger, and I'm thinking I understand. I understand what you're feeling.
So if we understand, how might that impact curiosity?
Yeah, right.
I see.
Yeah, it kind of puts a period on it, right?
Yeah, seems like it.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why I've been wrestling, not wrestling, but just reflecting on this whole thing, and I just kept thinking, Why did I feel I needed to understand?
Why did you feel like you needed to
Yeah,
understand?
I, I don't know why. Maybe it was like I was trying to make sense of something that I didn't need to make sense of. And going through that, I think is what caused me to have blocks in my next what to say.
Trying to make sense of it for you?
I believe that's what I was doing. I was really
What's the
uh,
it?
I dying because
Mhm.
that's where my mind went to. It went immediately went to dying. She's dying, and it seems that everything, no matter what came out of my mouth, in my head and in my heart, it was all about dying.
So it sounds like you're saying in that moment you were trying to make sense out of sudden death, unexpected death. You want to say more?
Absolutely, absolutely. I believe that's what happened. And that's why I said because of my own experience that I'm going through right now is why I believe I started um, assuming things and putting my feelings, my thoughts on the patient. And thankfully,
Well, before you get to thankfully,
okay.
so what is your theology around death and dying?
So my theology is that if you are a Christian, if you have accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, that when you die, we don't, there's no death, there's a reward, there's eternal life. So we are supposed to really celebrate when someone who is in Christ and dies, or someone who, well, I say accepted Christ or has a relationship with God. It's not that you don't feel sad about it, but if I was talking to people like in my church about death or they found out they were dying, we somebody might say something like, "Well, thank God you've accepted Christ because you know where you're going. You know you're going to have eternal life, or that kind of thing." So I believe that there is that we get eternal life after death. So because of that, you can be hopeful. You don't have to be sad. You can have peace in knowing that there's something else after this life.
Had your sister accepted Christ?
I can't really answer that. Um, I know that she believed, in God, and she had her own personal relationship with God. I cannot say that she has accepted Christ. If she did, she didn't do it in my presence.
What does that do for your peace around her dying?
Uh, I've learned not to. That's just going to be something she's going to have to find out, in her afterlife or between her and God. Um, I've just learned not to. I don't want to judge or assume or even put that part of my theology onto somebody else. But if you've asked me if she accepted Christ, I don't know because she didn't do it in my presence. But I have peace. I'm not. concerned about her afterlife journey. I'm just concerned about mine.
Okay. So you still have peace even though you don't have your personal knowledge. So
Right.
in Chaplain 5, you're soothing the patient, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to feel that shock. Many people feel the same way when they first hear the word hospice. And the patient says, it sounds like giving up.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to soothe again. You're normalizing very quickly. That's a common feeling. And then you notice that your communication changed. And what did it change to in Chaplain 6? So I know you're still learning these words.
Yeah, what's the word? I know it, I can
So
see it changed and I
you can
know it
see
changed,
it.
but I don't know what to
Yeah.
call it.
So that's a common feeling. You're normalizing. And then you began to teach. So let me tell you
Mm.
what hospice is. Might be an opportunity to say, that's a common feeling. Say more. But you
Hmm.
the teaching. Do you
Mm-hmm.
have any sense why you went there?
I think because I was just probably teaching myself. I questioned do I even really know what it is? So I think I just started trying to verbalize it to make her feel better, but I was also, um, I think, testing my own self. Like, do you even know, what it is? I, I was not happy with that part,
Mhm.
when I reflected on it. I thought, why did I do that? Why did I go there?
A similar
Um,
thing happened in Chaplain 8. So in 7, 6, 7, she makes it clear she's trying to find peace. You restate her statement very well, right? And then, which I thought beautiful, you didn't sound like a parrot. And then you go to teach again. Well, let me tell you what I believe about God.
yeah.
So you can stop sharing the screen if you like. And can you reflect with us? I'm curious about this turn to teaching in these tender moments. While you say you're searching for what to say and you start teaching. I'm just curious, can you remember what's going on for you?
I think it's more of uh, a habit. Um, I I believe I'm coming out of that. I'm learning, because of being here in CPE, that I have to help everyone. I have to, I'm trying to help her, um, to understand this whole understanding. This keep getting, to understand hospice. And that's where I felt like I knew I should not have. I after reflecting, I found out I shouldn't do that because one of the reasons was I wasn't real sure what it was. And I thought to myself when I was writing this, what if she had asked more questions about it? Well, what do you mean? Well, I wouldn't have been able to give her any information.
When you don't know something and you can't teach, what can you say?
Well, I like how you just said, say more.
Or
Just
I
let
don't
them,
know. Because
or I don't know. Yeah.
in a way, what you know about hospice in that moment really didn't matter as much as what she knew about hospice.
Hmm.
So inviting her, and you don't have to be an expert, to just talk about where she was, say more. And then she gets to do what is your goal, shift into meaning making. When you're teaching, you're making the meaning, and you're making it out of your comfort zone of what works for you. But when you invite, then she's got to make the meaning, and you're journeying with her. Do you hear the difference?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and then what I realized is that teaching, going into that teaching moment is where I was putting my own thoughts and feelings and theology and all of that onto the patient.
That's really good self-awareness. Powerful. I'm glad you were there for her. And it says a lot that she reached out to grab a hold of you, and that she said, this is bringing me peace, the very thing she was longing for.
Mhm.
So that is to be celebrated, really celebrated, because you met her need. And this self-awareness just helps you achieve your goal. So you say, I don't know what to say. Say more. Can be your go-to. But your empathy was clear, your compassion was clear. She felt it. It was a peacemaking moment. That was it was all beautifully done. So I really want to affirm that. And I hear you're like, oh, my theology, what's going on here with me?
Yeah.
Have time to continue to unpack it as you need to. Well done. Any other comments or feedback for Audrey? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You got all of you.
Audrey, I'm going to share a resource with you. It's called the chaplaincy taxonomy. That it really it have key terms that are used for chaplaincy. If since you are in unit 1, I think that might also help. I discovered it later, but if it's chaplaincy taxonomy, standardizing spiritual care terminology.
I want to encourage you to delay Audrey
Oh,
getting a list of terms at this unit
okay.
and work on what you've already picked up for yourself. When I'm not sweating what to say, I'm able to be. And it is so reasonable in the face of unexpected death given your life that in that moment you couldn't be. So you switched to where you were comfortable teaching. And so I would encourage you to hold off and wait till at least your next unit before you
Okay.
get a list of words. So you don't lean on the words, you keep working through these feelings. Okay.
Right. Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
Okay.
Okay.
I get
We
you.
can send it to you, but I'm just saying hold off.
Okay. Yeah. Chaplaincy is a completely new world of its own with its new conceptual framework. Completely
Yes.
new. You think you know, then you say, gee, I'm glad I know I don't know.
Right.
Which is good. It's
Well,
it's humbling, but it's very good to really say, I acknowledge I do not know. And that's how we are open to learning. Sometimes these questions and probing might make you feel she asking me all these questions, like, but is that reality that it's really a time for us to learn. And I love our verbatums because it allows for a lot of probing that sometimes we feel uncomfortable, but it is all to make us learn. So
how are you
Yeah,
spelling?
I appreciate it. It's really helping me to be able to express. I just never realized how how hard it is for me to express in words what I'm feeling. And it's even harder for me to write it down. And I think I'm so used to just teaching. I'm just trying to help somebody else. So I just start talking and saying whatever. Now I'm really learning to feel and then to be able to articulate what I'm feeling and then
As
move
Joseph
past
says,
or
set it aside
set it
and figure
aside.
out what they're feeling. But before you
Right.
get to the set aside, you got to recognize it.
Right.
You demonstrated great self-awareness in the moment and even deeper awareness now. You on the path, as Alfredo would say, you in the process. So you're doing it, Audrey. You're doing it. You're doing
Thank you
it.
so much.
I am so
Welcome to
glad you
the
were there for
club.
her. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome to the club of the Feeling Club.
Happy to be
Alice,
here.
Alice is the president. All right, take a 5-minute break, please. And we're going to come back with who? Kate. All right, thank you. Well done, Audrey.
How's that work for you all? You can see it? Okay. So,
Alice, you good?
is it okay, Alice?
No, I'm just going to download it on the other screen. That's fine. Let me download it.
Okay. I did send it in an email, so you should have a
Yeah,
copy.
I have it. Yeah.
And I was trying to bust a move to get it all done by the preview deadline, but I've been thinking about it since. I put a lot of thought into the parentheses this time in a way that I haven't done before. So I didn't put that as a specific feedback issue, but I would love as we read it for you just to maybe incorporate that piece into good, bad, less, more, what I'm talking about, all of it. Okay, so mighty young man, conversation in jail. I am interested in the trauma-informed care piece. I I applied some non-CP techniques, and as I said last time, this class is kind of a bridge for me between what I know and what I'm learning and how they come together. So that was kind of what I played with here. I put suggestions to improve my care offering, applicable resources, interactions, how I write this verbatim. Really, don't limit yourself to what I've listed. I like your feedback. In terms of outcome indicators, I've specified those. Backroom is, or the background is pretty much the same in terms of room content. I'll read it. Same bare room as described in previous verbatims. This inmate came to me as a mental health referral with the note his brother had died. He came out of his unit right away. The first thing I observed was that except for his face, every visible inch of his body was covered in tattoos. His neck was tattooed so finely it looked like tree bark, full of tiny whorls and images 360 degrees around. His arms were the same. He came into the room and sat across from me, and I could tell by the tightness of his body that he was working very hard to hold himself together. I was in a good place for me, personal status. I kind of knew what was coming because it was a mental health referral. So I just planned my day and tried to plan his for a time when most guys in this unit are receptive to dialogue. So, chaplain and inmate. Any preference?
Whichever I'm going, I can be chaplain this time.
Perfect. And Audrey, you can be inmate. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. He sits across from me. He makes quick eye contact and then looks away, then makes quick eye contact again. I can see how tense he is, poised for flight. I feel relaxed, curious, and sad in advance. Death conversations are always extra hard here. I want to open him space for him right away to receive what he's brought into the room. I intentionally drop my voice a notch and speak evenly, hoping to communicate invitation.
Hi, I heard you might want to talk with a chaplain.
Thinking of all I've learned in this unit, I stop talking and wait.
I don't want to talk, but I need to talk.
He pauses, overcome with emotion. I can see tears welling up in his eyes. One falls and he wipes it hastily. I nod and do not speak. Wait, my gut and CPE training are telling me. I feel curious, alert.
I was doing good. I was out for 7 years. I was off probation. I was dropping my kid off at a school every single day, driving that minivan, working a good job. I took care of my people, not just my kid, my girl, my mama, my family, everyone. I got baby twins on the way. They are still in my girl's stomach.
More tears are falling, and his voice makes a heave moan sound.
Am I back to be?
Okay. Of course.
Switched in the middle, but it's okay.
Okay, yes. Then my cousin invited me to this thing, and I knew in my gut I shouldn't go, but I went. And of course, shit went down, and now I'm here. I fucked up everything up. Everything.
His tears are still coming. He lets out a quiet wail and buries his head in his shirt, wiping his face furiously. I feel compassion and grief.
I'm facing 40 to life, chaplain. My girl had to get shelter for her and a kid, so she's putting in for a DV. I've never touched her. I don't do that shit. She knows it, but that's how bad it is out there these days. You get emergency housing if you have a DV complaint on file. I get it. She's gonna have shelter for her and the kids. They've got no money now. But why does it always come home to me?
He's sobbing now, no eye contact.
Everyone sees me as this threat, and I'm not. I changed all that. I just want someone to see me, hear me. I'm so lonely. 40 to life, chaplain. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard of someone getting out of total?
He looks at me directly for the first time. I want to acknowledge his question, but not stay there.
I've heard it go both ways.
Often, the booking portion of jail time is the worst. Once the courts take a look, a case can change. I don't want to target outcomes right now. I want to help him navigate his present. I also don't want to say any of this. Things will unfold as they do. But the most important thing for me right now is to build a foundation for future conversations and challenges as they come up. I hold back from following any of these side talking points, aware of a feeling of restraint in me. Time to redirect.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
He looks up at me again, and I can hear the unshed tears in his voice, see the shaking in his shoulders.
Let's set everything you've told me about your case over here for a minute.
I cup my hands as if holding a basketball, lift them, and set my imaginary ball down in the farthest corner of the table from him. I do this slowly to intentionally create pause in our dialogue.
I've only known you for a few minutes, and I already see goodness. What else would you like me to know about the good in you?
He watches my hands do the basketball move, then his eyes come back to my face. Tears rush hard to his eyes and start pouring down his cheeks.
I'm great, Dad, and a good friend. I think I have a great dad. I think that's what it is. A great dad and a good friend. I'm loyal. I'm a great dad and a good friend. I'm loyal. I'm always there for people and generous. I take care of everyone. I work really hard. I have so much love inside me. I'll do anything for my family, all of them.
He's wailing now. He can't find words, and I see he's panicking, hiding his face in his shirt one minute, hands agitated over his face the next, turning away from the window to the wall, and jerking back upright, choking on what he wants to say. He's escalating, and he can't verbalize. From where I sit, he seems cornered in every sense of the word. I'm quiet, and I wait. I feel my desire to protect him increase as he escalates. I see visible panic in his eyes as he looks at the window behind me with other inmates walking past. It's like sharks in blood water showing loss of self-control here, and we both know it. I do not feel anxious as his anxiety increases. In fact, my sense of calm triples. Now I'm extra calm. I need to create space for him to feel less cornered if I can. My previous PT skills want to kick in, so I let that happen. I switch my voice to a calm, clear directive. I say, steadily and calmly, as if he has no other option.
Putting my fist in the center of this table, and I want you, just for a minute, to put your fist against mine.
A choice here might have been a wiser TI move, but my gut is telling me direction, not choice, is needed right now. I have a flash of worry that it's the wrong gamble, but calmness takes over again, and I wait, fists extended. His arm shoots out straight, his rigid fist meets mine, not in a painful way, but with a lot of physical strength behind it. I can see every muscle in his arm flexing, vibrating. He's holding himself so tightly. I make my voice rhythmical and try to exude the hospitality I feel for him.
Here we are in this space, me with you, you with me. We're breathing together. We inhale, exhale. We inhale, exhale.
I repeat these words many times, drawing their syllables out until I see him soften, his fist, the muscles in his arms, the hang of his head, and his choked wail stop. He's still crying, but he's no longer panicked. This was my goal. I did not want to stop his tears, but rather act as a buffer for the space between our room and everyone in the hall outside. I feel relieved and still protective. I pull my fist back and say,
Here we are, friend.
Thank you.
his gaze is on my face now. I can tell he's calmer. He takes a deep breath and says,
My twin, they are fighters like me.
Those twins in their mama's belly.
I think of our chaplaincy book presentation and the chapter I shared on hope. I see a possible focal point. Can I leverage his twins as hope to give him a takeaway in this conversation? I add a slightly playful tone to my next question.
How do you know they're fighters like you?
They're ninja and shit. In their mom's tummy. They flip around and bounce off each other. It's the coolest thing. I saw them in a video in the doctor's office.
I deliberately let myself grin at him, and he smiles back. It's tentative, but it's there.
What a beautiful image to hold right in the front of your brain. I bet you can picture them right now, right about here.
I hold my fist up to my forehead and look at it.
So you're a good dad with two scrappy little fighters on the way.
I'm pulling from earlier what he likes about himself and tying that to his attention on his twins. Will this help him connect identity and hope? It feels like it works because for a moment I see relief in his face. But he still hasn't told me about his brother, the one who died. That's the piece I need to assess clinically before I leave. Is he suicidal, homicidal? It's jail protocol, no way around it. I need to at least touch on it in this conversation. I also don't want to re-trigger a panic response. I feel both worry and courage in my chest as I say, as gently as I can,
Jay, I need to check in with you about something else. Mental health asked me to come and talk with you about your brother. If you've had enough talking for today, that's just fine. I'll come back. But if you want to talk about your brother together now, we can.
I use signposting and TI choice offerings to give him a choice. As I do, I feel cautious, curious, and a little bit weary. Voice raspy and earnest.
I want to talk about him. I wasn't there to protect him.
Will you tell me about him?
I decline the option to dwell on whatever fails or choices may have happened and opt to focus on the relational piece as he's already shared that's something he values. I use the present tense on purpose, perhaps hoping to invite thoughts of his brother into our space. Still quiet, open posture, I notice one palm is facing up on his lap.
He was my baby brother. I say mine because he was mine. I raised him. Our mom was shit when he was small, but I was there. I took care of him.
He keeps talking as tears fall, but they're slow tears. An inmate walks by the window outside and they nod at one another. It's respectful. My inner protective feelings drop in response. I can tell that threat has diminished for now, so I can let it go, and I do. I put my energy into being present with what's happening inside of him right now. His face shines when he tells me about his brother in a low, husky voice for another 5 minutes. And I know that whenever he stops talking, it will be enough for today. I feel him winding down. I'm grateful and weary, but also I would have lasted longer if he needed me to. I'm not sure what CPE would call this, but to me, staying the course until the end feels like a form of advocacy and compassion. I feel genuine empathy for him, validation, and appreciation for how much love is inside of him.
Thanks for sharing these stories about your brother with me. It sounds like you two had a truly special relationship.
This is the first time I've used past tense words, and I do it on purpose because it feels right now in a way it did not 10 minutes before. I process this shift alongside my intentionality. My actions, words, our minutes are all connected with stepping alongside him across a threshold. We've done that, at least for this moment, this right now. It's enough.
I've got a resource for you. It's a journal for your thoughts in case you want to write something down, plus a book of reflections written by a mom whose daughter also died.
I say also because there's a bigger community connected with him in this too, but I'm not going to press that point right now.
I'm going to leave it with you. Feel free to use it or not use it as you like. And just so I'm clear, in case mental health asks, do you feel like hurting yourself or anyone else?
No.
Are you okay if I visit you again in a few days?
Yes.
I'll see you then. If you need to talk with someone before that happens, let your unit deputy know. They'll call someone for you. Would you like to pray together before you go?
Yes, please.
We do.
Thank you, Chaplain.
He leaves, and as I'm packing up, the deputy pokes his head in the door. Wow, is he okay? I answer, no elevated concern. He lost a family member. Mental health is aware. I say this because we're supposed to let deputies know if someone's connected with death, as there are jail protocols in place. He responds with an ah, and I walk out of the room. The group of deputies at the center station are all standing together looking at me funny. And the lead one says out loud, mental health came in 2 minutes after you sat down and they wanted to talk to him. Mental health always takes priority. This is too true. In jail, medical kicks everyone out of everywhere whenever they need something. But they watched you through the window and then told us not to interrupt you. Then they stood there for 20 more minutes waiting for you guys to finish. When you didn't, they said they'd come back later and left. I've never seen that before, mental health letting a chaplain take priority. For a moment, I'm reminded of Donna's definition of trauma plus its counter, a disruption of the sacred and restoration. Nothing about JD's disruption will be fixed anytime soon. Yet since this happened, I've been reflecting all week on how a group of people with power stood, watched us together, and yielded authority in response in a way that was noticed by others in authority. As the world works, the inmate and I had the least authority in that space. I believe God set apart sacred space for this conversation on our behalf, which feels tender and real and hopeful. I'm still marveling over this. So, analysis. Thank you both for reading all of that. JD was in a hard space. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. The only part of this that I would say is that we did talk about his face. The conversation was longer, but I pulled out that part because there was a lot of the physicality piece. And that's something in my other life I was really good at. And I'm trying to figure out how to integrate in this life. So I didn't really get into some of the things we talked about that. But by the time we got to prayer, I knew he prayed. So that wasn't out of the blue. It was more just kind of, I picked the piece I wanted you guys to help me with. And then I put on this, rather, I we did discuss his faith. I didn't include that. Rather, I wanted to reflect on the mind-body connection piece, is how, as well as how my earlier orienting systems, vocational empathy for clients and physical pain, being raised by two doctor parents who could calmly command a room in crisis if needed, came to bear in this situation. I listed all the emotions: calm, open, alert, extra calm, anxious, confident, surprised, glad, gently, humorous, tender, protective, watchful, and at the end, awestruck. My involvement, I'm not sure if my segue at the end was smooth, although now when I read the verbatim here, it didn't seem weird. I was just trying to include all my thoughts so you guys could kind of help me know where I was going. I didn't want to presume, so I needed to ask directly, and I hadn't done that. Also, parentheses, which I said that. And for 5D, my desire to be a good chaplain on behalf of my care recipients is tremendous. I work hard to learn skills I need to learn to care well for my people and get better at offering care as the days pass. But I already have skills inside me too, and sometimes I forget about those. Based on this experience, I can draw on them confidently, but often for me, this feels more like a reaction than entering a chaplaincy space thinking, hey, I have other lived skills and experiences I can bring to bear too. I need to get used to thinking about this part of me holistically, I think. Yeah. And the rest is just nuts and bolts. I think the only other thing I wrote was that I was really struck by the deputy response at the end, like in my own theological way, just that it was a very impactful, special, sacred thing. And it just, I carry it with me, like even now that was very unusual. So that's it. Thoughts, observations?
Thank you so much, Kate. Oh, Doctor, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you for you work in a very intense place. And I want to say you have the gift of being in that space, because emotionally charged place that can all, like you talk about you feel the protectiveness, the need to protect, but at this point you are not doing it. I really and then thank you for inviting us to see your thoughts and what is happening in you extensively. Thank you for that, because at least we can enter and understand it. It gives contextual clues on knowledge of that situation. So it really helps enter this and understand the words, the dialogue itself. So thank you for that. Oh gosh, I mean, I wasn't the chaplain there, but the emotions, as you are reading, I'm just feeling that deep emotions and so much empathy, so much compassion for him, and I really wonder how you really are in such tense situation. And I think what I know you do so well is your ability to be present, your ability, and you have this ability to create gestures that allows for someone who is not for the interaction to keep flowing. You're doing the fisk, you're doing the basketball. I would not ever do that, but you do it in such a way that it is really it does the job that you want it to do. It's not just performative. It has a purpose for allowing the conversation to flow, and you did that very well. So thank you for that. Now, I would, again, this is out of this. I would really like to know how he's doing. I really want to know how is he doing. And I was just, as you are also sharing this verbatim, I'm so angry at the system that will punish someone like this, whatever they do, for another 40 years. I just was the sense of justice we have there, the ethic and justice system. I was just feeling that whether it's holy anger, I don't know, the anger within me of a system that will uh, sort of strip completely somebody's life with their children and put him behind the bar, which leads me to a sensitive question. Do you mind sharing what is what race is this person?
Yeah, he's I mean, it's always kind of hard to tell because people come in looking all kinds of things and it's not something that's identified for us. But if I had to guess based on his name and rough appearance, I would say Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of gang stuff that happens in the San Jose area, and a lot of those tattoos are connected with that. So usually when I get this, those are kind of the parts I put together, just
Mm-hmm.
in more of an objective way. We didn't talk about that piece.
Right.
He's
And
also done prison time, which sometimes that is connected with it too. They got a whole system.
there was a lot of jargon that I didn't understand. And outside that, it's just like you speak jargon in a context where it's like, please interpret, please help me understand. He was using, say, there's a word he used. It's a, if asking when he says 40 years, then he says, is there ever a situation where somebody in that kind of, I think it's a kind of, whether it's jail or prison, is ever let go. Do you remember?
Yeah, I put it
He-
up here, 40 to life chaplain. So a lot of times when you get charges initially before the court looks at it, they just carry numbers. Like you just get the charge and then a number associated with it. And sometimes that can flex out differently depending on pleas and dialogue and how the evidence shapes up. But when it comes in, a lot of times the initial ad is just here's your list of charges and here's the years associated with them. So that's kind of why, and even as I wrote the verbatim, I was thinking a little bit of you guys too. And that's why I put the booking portion of jail time is the worst. Like I'm aware of it. It didn't run through my head exactly like that, but the awareness that like sometimes this evens out, but just for your purpose, sometimes in the beginning you just get this rap sheet and that's what you think. And then I've seen it happen where as time evolves, it's less or something different happens or evidence comes up and they end up not getting it at all because it's deemed something else. So it's really touchy because it's intense when they come in the beginning before people know anything.
oh, okay. What is that acronym that they use for that?
Like which one was it?
He said the thing. I think he said just
Are you talking
two
about DV?
DV. That is the
That's
booking.
domestic violence.
No, yeah, that one, not the one. The I don't remember what number was that where they said, do somebody ever get when they get that kind of 40 years if
Yeah, 40 to
that's a
life
one.
chaplain. Can I ask you a question? Is it this? Um,
Yeah.
have you ever heard of someone getting out of that? Was that what you're thinking
Okay.
of?
Yeah, there was an acronym. But anyway, but I just want to say thank you for drawing us in and thank you for being the person who is with him, for your empathy. It's a very complex situation and you did absolutely best in that particular situation. And you just humanize him. You called him friend, you know. So thank you for that. Just seeing his humanity, his imago Dei is really important. And I'm sure that word itself is a form of healing, even if he doesn't express it. Because he said, I think he doesn't feel seen, right? But you did see him. And not only did you see him, he's not just a prisoner for you, he is a friend. And that language, thank you for bringing it in there to humanize him. Yeah. So while this again is a general question. I I think it might also be helpful to the parentheses, if there's a way of saying it and in an abbreviated way, still keeping the essentials of what you're trying to communicate so that it doesn't get distraction. It's not distraction as distraction, but it is the dialogue is in between so I pause by what you are saying. I want to hear more, but it's my time to read what the other person is saying. But I'm right there pausing and say, okay, then you don't read, you don't listen to this without um you feeling or being involved in that story. We are not just observer. You get into that story. You are just participant in as a chaplain in training in that whole dialogue. So with it being a lot, it gets you. I'm more into what you are saying than the dialogue itself. So I don't know if there's a way to get that dialogue there, but in an abridged way, so that it doesn't overshadow the conversation itself.
Yeah.
So this is the very first time that we have massive dialogue, which for your context, I think for this, I've learned a lot about your system just because of the dialogue. But somehow I was lost in between because I tarry at what you are saying in that parenthesis, and which it doesn't have me really pause as much in the conversation, except those things that attracts me very much. I say, okay, this is a system that really damaged people's life. Anyway, but thank you overall.
Yeah, thank you. That's really good feedback. I will say that I did try to write it separately, and then I found it fit better with the words, which is why I said I spent so much time trying to figure out how to show you all this part of me. And part of why I did it, Alice, is feedback you gave earlier in the unit, just that um, you're curious about the justice piece and you want to hear about the theological piece and I know Donna said, like, what are the feelings inside? So I was trying to think, how do I bring it all together? And this was sort of my awkward bull in a china closet. So yes, if you can think just with your professor brain, because I know we can change the format on this a little bit if it's applicable to what we want to do. And I've done that on my reflection for sure. But if you have any just concrete thoughts, like maybe put a summary of all this first and then do the dialogue or whatever that is, I would love to give it a try and just see if it goes smoothly. Thank you. I think that's really valuable. And also, I will add that your observation about the basketball and the fist, I don't always do stuff like that, but I did like three things in this one, like boom, boom, boom. And that's kind of why it caught my attention in the verbatim, is that I actually use these movements quite naturally. And I thought, that's kind of weird. Like it wasn't bad, it just is unusual for me. So that's why I wanted to explore it. So thanks for calling that out.
It was really helpful because I think you know your audience and you know how to get to them. So that is contextual knowledge for you or cultural awareness. Is massive in here. So I will not say that, especially the parenthetical explanation. I don't think it needs to be removed because it gives context to the dialogue itself, right? But how to remember, you're talking to somebody who writes too long. So when I say
Fair.
when I say summarizing it, it's just like, really, are you the one saying that? But it's like, doctor, cure yourself. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll put my brain around that and keep gnawing at it and get your feedback and see if I can find something that fits a little better that way. Thank you, Alice. Can I just say, can I pause? My computer is telling me it's almost out of battery and it's in the other room. Do you all mind if I run and grab my charger? I don't want to just disappear from you. Is that okay? I'll be right back. Thank you. Usually I come home from work in time to be organized with all this stuff, but I kind of just jumped from my car here, so I'm underprepared. Audrey, thank you.
Yeah, 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 I agree with what Alice said too. I was getting a little lost, not lost because of the writing, but just how you were expressing yourself. You did that very, very well. I really felt like for a moment, for like a second, I was watching a movie.
Mm.
That's how well you were able to articulate what you were feeling, what was going on. Even some of the words you used when you said when you started crying really hard, like the tears just shot out, you know. I mean, that really helped me to really feel like I was able to experience that. I felt like I was like the people from mental health who was watching and didn't want to interrupt.
Mm.
It felt like it was a sacred um, encounter space for him. And then looking at what, how you express how you were feeling for you too. Um, yeah, and I absolutely agree that that does not happen where mental health, they will knock on the and then for them to wait 20 minutes and then say, we'll come back. Because a lot of times, if they're going to wait 5 or 10 minutes, now it's really over. We waited, so that was awesome. You had mentioned in there that you felt like God had given you, that space or God had allowed it. And I agree. I think it appeared to be beneficial for him. When you said the set aside, let's set all of this aside and put it over here. That really did something for me. It helped me to hear you say that because now I realized, as I was talking about my verbatim earlier, the stuff that I was feeling inside and the stuff that was going on in my head. If I can just say to myself, set that aside, and I want to be able to say it. So you saying it there in yours really helped me to be able to connect and say, you know what? Yeah, I don't have to try to fight it. I can just say, let's set it aside. And I think that that really helped him too, so that he can say, yeah, what was going on, we're going to put all of that over here right now. And then it allowed him to be able to move to the next phase. So I really enjoyed it. I feel like Alice, I just want to know what happens next in his life. It appears that he's at the beginning of his journey because, saying that he's looking at 40 years to life and just having a booking and he's in county jail. So he hasn't really started, you know, going to court. He probably don't even know the final charges. Um, and then his girlfriend being pregnant with twins and she's still pregnant. That tells me he hasn't been there long. So he had a lot going on, and I really believe your calm presence gave him permission to just spill because he just started telling you stuff. You really didn't have to pull it out of him except for the brother, the piece about the brother. Also, very good on remembering why he was there in the first place. I mean, because that's why he came, but he started talking about all the other stuff. So I think you did a wonderful job of allowing him to express all the other stuff, but you remembered that the reason for the referral was because of the death of the brother. And so you were able to um, visit it and bring it up and mention it, even though you didn't spend a lot of time on it. but at least you gave space for that. I thought that was great, and probably one of the reasons he was able to be okay and finished and see you at another time. Yeah, that was really, really good. And then I liked when you asked the question, something about what else is good about you. And when I first saw that, I had within myself, and I'm thinking, is he going to be able to come up with some good, seeing as though he's looking at 40 years to life? So he must have done some crime that's, a real crime. And when you talked about how he looked and all the tattoos, and I was seeing this possible gang enhancement kind of stuff, as far as his sentencing is concerned. And then knowing that his brother died, knowing that his girlfriend's pregnant and he's in jail, and he calls himself a good dad. All these things were going, and then you made a statement that the more anxious he got, the calmer you got. That was really, really good how you were able to maintain your calmness. And then it sounded like you even went to a deeper level of calmness, even as he got more agitated. So I thought that was very, very good and skillful. I'm thinking that just takes practice. Because you've been in that environment and working with those kind of people, you've mastered, it appears, that skill of not reacting but responding, while maintaining the calm. So, which was really, really good. One question I wrote down, what is TI?
Oh, trauma informed. Sorry, I should have
Oh,
put that one out at the beginning. Yeah,
okay.
trauma
Yeah, because
informed
you used
care.
that a couple of times.
Yeah, sorry
Trauma
about
and
that.
care. Okay. Yeah, this was very good, Kate. You you nailed it. I think you, like Alice said, she likes to write. I think you have a gift for writing. I'm I'm learning. So yeah, this was very, very good. And I am happy you're there in that place. I'll say that again. And I'm happy for him that he was able to experience some of the calmness that you offered him.
Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, I'll say that's one thing, what you pointed out about the good working in my space. A lot of times people come in with all these, we'll call them criminal labels, and it totally distorts their identity, their perception of themselves. And so that's one of the things I've just learned over the years is to step back and use this in maybe specific language. I would say, like, how does God see you? Because it's more than a label. And then the way I think about it is like there's all these little glimmers or treasures inside of them. And sometimes you have to pull one out and look at it and pull another one to look at it to kind of reshape the distortion, if that makes sense. And I will say that in this correction space, that is a technique that is very useful and one I use a lot because most of them do know and think good things about themselves. It's just buried. So thanks for catching that. Yeah, that's a really good observation, and thanks for all your feedback.
You mentioned that you weren't sure you had handled the question about whether of self-harm well. But when you read it here, you felt better about it. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, I always feel like when you connect with a person, you're kind of dialoguing and it's so natural. And then you say, are you suicidal or homicidal? It's like cocoon, like it puts the medical piece back there. But we also have to use specific language because I want to understand very clearly if it's one of those because I have to report it up the chain. So part of why I was a little hesitant was we just had this whole connection and I saw his response. And then I'm like, and technically, are you this or that? And it moved through it. But then here, when I looked, I was like, no, we were just in a space of trust.
Mm.
And I think it came across more as care and concern than it did like, oh, and by the way, there's this label I got to put on this thing now. So that was just my thought at the time was just kind of a harsh endpoint for really speaking tenderly about his brother, but I wasn't really sure I could work it. Like, how would I work it in? I hadn't said it yet.
Mhm. That so makes sense. And it reminds me of some other places where you talked about authority, because it seemed to me, but I don't know, but it seemed to me that you pivoted all authority to mental health. You weren't asking, you were like, hey, cousin mental health, how did it feel to you? Did it feel like you?
Like, you mean that told him mental health asked me to come? Yeah, because in jail, basically,
Oh, no, I understand that part. It wasn't
okay.
just mental health asked me to come. The awkward shift that you're talking about right now, you you shifted authority as well. You invited mental health in the room
Mm.
to answer that question. And I'm wondering if what you were describing as your awkwardness, what would it have looked like for you to ask the questions? Did you want to ask them differently? Could they surface from you and not mental health checklist?
Yeah, I think because for me, I'm always really sensitive about proselytizing. And so we can't go to someone and
Proselytize?
it's considered proselytizing if a
Okay.
chaplain is not invited into a conversation. So if I were just to pull somebody out, especially someone I didn't know, there's always that gray area. And so part of it is until you earn their trust as their chaplain, you're kind of in that area of they can say like I don't want religion here and that's their choice. And so the mental health piece for me when I said it, I was thinking that's what caused me to come here. You didn't ask for me and here I am for this and this is why. Like that was the link I was making because otherwise I couldn't have called him out.
Even the way you just said it there was a different authority and agency. I know
Mm,
you didn't ask for me, blah, 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 as opposed to, hey, mental health needs this. This is so I can appreciate that that was awkward,
mm.
particularly given how much you established a connection and your authority and your place. So, what did you determine? What was your spiritual assessment as the most urgent spiritual need? And how did your intervention meet that?
I think he just wanted to talk and he had a lot of grief and a lot of stuff in his identity that was breaking him. And he just needed to be able to get it out in a safe way. And there's no safety. So for me, that was my number one concern was get it all out and I'll make sure that I can hold the line as much as I can hold the line as a chaplain.
And you are discerning when to use verbal uh, interventions and embodied interventions all through. So,
Yes.
what's your theological image that's sustaining you in that moment? I don't mean his, I mean yours.
For me, I just see the mind and the body as intimate. I don't think there's like a spirit and a body. I think we are embodied selves. And that mind body connection goes both ways. And if the mind spirals, a lot of times we can use the body to ground that. If the body's not working, a lot of times we can use the mind to ground that. So it's like a back and forth dialogue.
Okay.
So my feeling was, I know the body. I've done this a million times with the body, starting with the body. And that, like, what if we come at it from that? And so that was kind of more my natural. And because I did that job for 20 years, I'm much bossier in that job. Like,
So I'm talking to the theologian. What
Okay.
theological images did you have for you in the midst of his very emotional places? What was the theological image operating in you?
I think for me, the thing I was most aware of theologically was the window wall behind me. So there's me, the table, him, and then this wall where everybody's passing. And I was just really thinking of it as like, I got a buffer between there and here. So theologically, that was kind of it. And then I feel like God stepped into our space to help me buffer. And so that was kind of what I was both searching for and experiencing and
That God
drawing from.
stepped in and helped you buffer.
Yeah, just helped
Okay.
me buffer with skills, with language, with just physical space, with the timing of how people were around, all of
Okay.
that.
All right. Any other feedback you wanted from the group that we might not have covered?
Yeah, I don't think so in particular. I thank you guys for pushing me to try this a different way because I think sometimes the medical kind of basis for this doesn't always feel like it fits, and I'm realizing now I have some give and take for that, but
Okay.
all of you in very small ways over time have given me different ways to think about what I bring. So I'm really grateful for that in all the forms it comes.
Can you tolerate another push?
Yeah.
I can appreciate the response to the spiritual assessment was he needed to talk. I want to encourage you to think towards a spiritual assessment that might be something different or more than the need to talk,
Yeah.
and think about your spiritual language and your spiritual assessment tools.
Yeah. That's right in my area of growth right now. What you're
Is that, oh,
But
see,
it's funny you would know that, Donna,
that's
because
perfect. Well, I echo with Audrey and Alice. Well done, and thank you for setting us up so nicely for our spiritual care exercise. Let us go and have that practice session and just come back at the top of the hour. All right. Thank you. I'd like to give Kate a little more time to come back.
So sorry, I was here. I just forgot my video wasn't on.
Oh, okay.
I was here before Donna too.
Good job, Alice. You win.
Yeah, my video was just not
You
on, but I was
win.
actually here at 8:00.
Okay.
I won.
You did. You won. And you can take it away, winner, whenever you want to.
Oh, I thought you said we're doing something else before.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. I'm trying to experiment and I forgot. We're doing IPG.
Oh.
So let's go into our IPG. Thank you, Alice.
I'll just claim space to Josh, I've been really cognitively overloaded and tired, not just because of content, but because I have a every other semester I teach a class for would-be pastors who are doing their masters in divinity. Is I alternate either on Paul or on women in the biblical tradition, where where we just center women in the Hebrew Bible and New Testament. This particular class is a class of 15, 10 of which are men. So it's a class on women in the biblical tradition. And 8 of those men come from very, very conservative, fundamentalist background. And they come already with preconceived ideas about women and what women should be. So normally I would do a lot of secondary literature heavy, but this time I decided to do primary text heavy. When I discover from day one that a lot of them are really biblically, they are pastors, but liberally they won't write this text on women. So I changed modality and said we are going to do an exercise of close reading, and they would do the secondary reading and send it to me as reading notes. Boy, those classes are just draining me. It's in a good way though, because it's for them is the kind of one the Bible says it. That the Bible says it. I believe it, that settles it, right? That closes conversation completely. And I've been really, really struggling with that, with especially these guys that are so pushed back. But what is really helping me, though, is in reading those texts themselves, they are seeing ways in which these women play a big role, that the covenant, God makes a covenant with Abraham, and for that covenant to fulfill, the women are the one pushing the covenantal process on, beginning from the women in matriarchs to the women in Exodus. They are the ones really that are doing, even through trickery, to help the covenant to move forward. And why they read that, a lot of them, I know they still have a lot of pushback. I'm saying, let's just read. I just want you to do your own observation. Boy, it's exhausting, because these are the preconceived ideologies about women. And it's not, I said that, it's like, when we read some of these texts, they reveal to us cultural limitations of their own time, and we shouldn't forget that is real, incarnated, experiential, and these are real experience of people in a specific time. But they have this universal, I don't know why they called it, the universal notion about women. And then I used the chaplaincy model of one evening, that could you share with me your orienting system? What is it that is behind your ideologies, your social location, and which is helping them to really look at that their own context is shaping a lot of the ways they see these texts, and not necessarily the context of the time, which I spend so much time helping them to see, let's read the world behind the text. That is a world from which the text emerges, so you can know their own culture, their own systems. But while it is really helpful to see how much they are coming to appreciate, boy, they love Deborah, a prophet, a leader, it's not, there is no male figure that is driving her, that she's leaning on, her name herself. They love Deborah. But it is so exhausting to me emotionally, that I feel so, literally, I'm exhausted as I even talk about it, to how much pushback I get. This class, I get so much pushback from conservative fundamentalists. They so claim we come from those. God says it, I believe it, that settles it. That's their principle from where it is. And then it's been taught by a woman, not only a woman, a Black woman. So they just assume, because I'm a woman, I'm going to put on the feminist hat. And mind you, majority of them have this bad idea about feminism, because they take radical feminism as the shaping dynamic of all feminism. And I'm really helping them to see feminism, please put the plural, there's a spectrum. But the kind of pushback I get about it, even though after they're saying, Professor, we really get it. Thank you for bringing the women to the center. Let's talk about them. But just the questions they ask I feel exhausted even to think tomorrow evening I have that class again for 4 hours. I just feel exhausted, because they come to campus. The way it happens is these pastors, they are in their spaces, they're doing their pastoral ministry, then they come 1 week where they stay on campus for 1 week, then they go back. So that's what they do. Then they'll come back after a month and a half, they come back for 1 week. That's how the class is structured. Every single time they're on campus, my God, it's like so exhausting to me. So next, please hold me into your prayers. I really need it, because tomorrow we are dealing with the so-called Pauline hard text on 1 Corinthians 11, 1 Corinthians 14, women, shut up, go home, ask your husband, Timothy, Titus. So we are dealing with those texts tomorrow. So I need prayers. So, so this is I want to say also that I just love that I come here, this is like my safe space, right? You know, I don't look forward to tomorrow at all because of the kind of pushback that I got yesterday. Yeah, I don't look forward to tomorrow, you know, because they don't want they would, even though they are reading the primary text, they don't want to read the primary text. They want to tell you what God says, the prophet, what God's will for women are. They don't want to read the text. But I push them, let's read, you know. So anyway, it's so uncomfortable to me. And having 10 men in my class, it's like those women don't even have voices that much when the women are speaking. You see these macho guys. Oh gosh, anyway. So that was the space I wanted to bring.
I want to say, wow. And I want to say that you are very brave. I well, I know I wouldn't be able to teach that class. Um I know what you're talking about in terms of, some people just have the old ideas and the old ways of thinking, and they take one scripture, in the Bible that says what a woman shouldn't do, or and and they take it out of context, and they build a whole religion on it. I mean, a whole, that's just part of them. I see it. I have it. I have uh, men and women, in my church, that have some of those same ideas. I don't know if I would be able to sit in a 4-hour class and teach, because you're I don't know. I would be thinking the questions, are you challenging me or are you really trying to get information? And then I would have to guard my response and because I'm the teacher and I have a job to do. So I could appreciate you saying you're not looking forward to it, but I also want to commend you because I know you're gonna do it. You're gonna go and you're gonna teach the class and you're gonna do it well. So congratulations in advance on a successful class.
Audrey, thank you for making me laugh. Really, congratulations. I'm going to be teaching a class for tomorrow in a passage that says women cannot teach men, but then they'll have a woman teacher teaching them. So thank you for congratulating me.
So let me ask you then, do you have a strategy if you are questioned about that? Do you have a plan?
I really don't have a plan. I don't go there with again. I've taught this class so many times that I just what my plan is to get them to the world behind the text. The world behind again, because we use three systems: the world behind, the world of, and the world in front. So in front is our world that we use to read. In the text is the literary world of the text, and then behind the text is the sociocultural and historical world of the text. So I always introduce before we do close reading by the word behind the text, because that word behind the text itself will allow them to see the contextual non-prescriptive nature of the text, that is addressing a particular issue and a particular time in a particular church, and wasn't meant to prescribe. Just reading the word behind the text itself helps them to say, okay, we are not going to universalize those injunctions, and to find the difference between prescriptive text and descriptive. Is it describing for us a situation that happened in a time, in a space, in a particular church, or is it prescribing that? I just use the word behind the text and I keep
That's good. Yeah.
and I keep quiet. And this is the talk. What is helping me, I would say, is I do not say much. I just say, let's read. Let's read. Let's read. Because again, these guys, they are so jumping on talking about the text when they have not even read it. I say, let's read. So please pray for me. So let me not take
Definitely.
that time. Yeah.
Wow, Alice, I'm just processing that job is so hard. I could not do that job myself. It is like, gosh, you must, I don't know, like that split, that force against you feels so overwhelming at times, I bet. And just as someone who has experienced directly from pastors who do impart those theologies, I just feel this tremendous sense of gratitude towards you that you are teaching in a top academic faith space, and you are pushing back against that, because it's like a tsunami coming at the shore and you have a bucket and a little sand thing and you're like trying to prepare, and it's out there so fiercely, and it takes such a fierce yet compassionate and discerning response. And I just wanted to say that I just feel both awe and gratitude that you are one who is in that space. The other thing I think of is you mentioned these 10 pain in the butt characters, and then you have what, eight women in there. So I also see that dimension of what you're doing too, that in this space for everyone, you're creating space for them to be even safer, stretch even farther than maybe this dynamic would let them do in other ways. So really there's just so many dimensions to what you're talking about. I'm curious if it ever kind of reinforces your, let's call it hope or perspective, to kind of shift awareness from the pain in the butt side to the women's side, and just if you have any observations or thoughts around that.
Yes, I do. Because even though they're just in the pain, I still see, because when they're reading, they'll say, oh, I never noticed this. Oh, I never noticed this. For this particular, some of the groups, by the end of the 1 week, now you really see hope in that. And at the end of the day, I have centered these women, I've centered those texts, and we read it. Because like one of them yesterday was like, oh, Paul says, women be submissive, right? They are alluding to Ephesians, the household code and the Ephesians 5. But I'm like, you start from verse 22. Please start on verse 21. And it makes such a difference, because 21 says, submit yourself one to another. And so it shapes how you read the rest. Then he read it and he said, oh, but why don't we read this verse 21? I know of verse 22, and right? I say, of course, we cherry pick it, but this text it doesn't make sense without 21. So yes, thank you, Kate. There's that hope when you see awareness start happening. What I do this time that I've never done, I did masculinity at the same time, to say you can only understand these women and their role through the context of masculinity, how are men represented also in this text, so that they can see for themselves the kind of masculinity that is in this particular text. So yes, there's hope. Hope that at the end of the day, we do not want to graduate MD students who are going to be pastors in predominantly church where there are most women than men, and they are not aware of gender dynamics. So that is one of this is a mandatory course, by the way. We don't want to graduate MDs who will leave and say, without having taken that class. And so at the end of the day, I know there's hope. So thank you for that. And thank you for giving me the space to share that. And know that there's sisterhood in this space where, yeah, I still need prayer though.
I'll go if I may. So I think mine's a little bit connected to that. And it's just been on my mind. On Monday night, we had a suicide attempt at one of my dorms. He survived, but our protocol after that is just to check in with all the people in the dorm and ask if people want to talk about it. And I was off site yesterday. Tuesday's my volleyball day. So I always stay home, which is about an hour away from jail. And I don't go in. So Tuesdays when we found it out, I wasn't there on site. And one of my coworkers went in to check on everything. And he went around and he talked to all the people and he got a big list of people who wanted to talk to a chaplain. And he wrote it up and he sent it to me. And then today I went in and just basically explained to the deputies what I had to do. But I couldn't come in the morning because I was teaching another class in the morning. So I was going to come in the afternoon. And they were like, well, maybe we can make it work. Maybe we can't. And then come lunchtime, I checked in with my coworker who had gone there and they totally made it work for him. And basically the words he used were, his name gets what he wants. And inside me, I felt resentment because this is my dorm. I work really hard for these guys. I'm present for so much of what they need. And I actually really love them. I know it sounds nutty, but like my heart hurts when this happened. And yesterday, when I thought about it, I thought I could rush in, but I think he's capable. Like he's a good chaplain. He definitely I'll just call him, he's more of a free spirit. He doesn't always do the work piece. He really loves the relational piece. So the officers, all the networking, all the schmoozing happens. And so with me today, I was kind of just wrestling with that piece of it, that as well as I work and as much as I'm there and as faithfully as I engage, at the end of the day, it boiled down to what I feel like was kind of the dynamic you're talking about. He can go there, you can't go there. Maybe there's many reasons behind it, but it kind of just stuck with me. So I listened to you. I'm thankful you said that. I'll still go tomorrow and be a good chaplain. But at the same time, I'm just like, ugh, how long is it going to take before like people see that? They see like how capable and competent and hard I work and all the things and say, oh yeah, you could be the same, or is it always just like, oh well, you're a woman, so tough luck. Mostly it doesn't bug me, but once in a while it bugs me, like today. And I went, did a good job, was a good chaplain. So there you have it.
And that is the burden we carry in this body as women, right? And especially when we are gender sensitive, right? That we know, and again, there's that justice part, the whole part of ethics and justice in chaplaincy is an equity, right? It's no, which is no sameness, because when we say equity, or everybody in these guys was like, you want to be like a man? I'm talking about equity, not sameness, right? And that is what you experience there. And Kate, I don't know whether sometimes you feel holy anger because we cannot also acquiesce to those stuff, right? It's either we say, let's acquiesce to it. That's how the system is. It's never going to change. But how do we refuse to acquiesce and let the system realize that it's not fair? So are we always going to just say, okay, that's how it is. I'm just going to go and be the best chaplain that I am, do work faithfully that I am, when you know you will be discriminated upon by your gender? That is a question I ask myself. That is a question I'm also asking you. Are you going to acquiesce? Is there something we can do? I don't know. But sometimes it's a rhetorical question, sometimes it's a real question, because it's exhausting that you do the work, you put in so much energy, and we can attest, even through your verbatim, through just you sharing the heart that you put into it. It sucks, as you know, but what can we do?
I do feel thankful doing this alongside strong, safe women, because there's that, right? Like, it's not going to look like anything else, but it is good, and God sees it, and it's in the world. And I don't know where that will go, but I know it is good. It's like a web.
Yeah, I agree with Alice and the way she asked the question. Or, what do we do? You know, um, I've worked in that environment, so I do know it is just a macho uh, place, and that's other people learn how to get in because they know that they could appeal to that we the same kind of thing, and do me a favor, and I do you a favor, and yeah, and we learn to be productive still in it, and we learn to thrive. um just wondering, for me, I always want to say for me because I don't want to tell you what to do, but being in that environment, I had to establish a boundary. I had to establish a line. And so at some point, I'm gonna have to say something, or I'm gonna have to address it, because it happened so much. I didn't do everything, but I had established that line. And it could have been because of the position I was in too, where I knew I had to. So my question is, have you thought about that? Or is there a line, like maybe this just wasn't the line? It was, we're
Yeah.
just gonna, yeah.
It's a great question. So for him, what he wanted was a room. They gave him a room, like they blocked it off for him, and he got to do all his talks in there. When I got there, couldn't have a room. So I said, I'd like to go into the unit and sit at a table and just let people come up and talk to me. It'll save you having to find a room. And they kind of went, but it saves them a resource. So they were like, fine, go for it. And I sat in there actually for hours, and I was struck by the diversity of humans that came and talked to me, like all the colors, all the faiths, all the backstories, all the whatever it was. And Um, some who were on the list came, some who were not on the list came, but it felt very holistic. And I listened to your question, and I think the model that everyone was expecting, that they asked for, that was given, wasn't given to me. And I had to think outside the box. I had to ask for a different model, but I was assertive when I do it. I didn't just say, oh, I won't come back, or I'll go away, or whatever it was. I said, I need to do this as part of my job. Here's what I suggest. And there happened to be one deputy there who was favorable towards that. And he's like, okay, let her go. She's in there all the time. Because I show up for this other guy. He's never in this unit. Like, he's always in another space. He just dropped in for this one thing, but I am there like clockwork. So this one deputy knew, and he's like, let her go in. She's always in there. It's okay. And that opened the door to a different experience that didn't look the same, wasn't necessarily wrong, wasn't expected. But I think sometimes, being who we are, we have to think a little bit bigger or more creatively. Not that we couldn't do it all the ways, but to make it work, we just have to sometimes do it differently. And that's not a bad thing. It just is, it takes more work. I think, like, it's like Alice was saying, it's more draining to have to always be thinking of the way around the thing that's the block. And I think that, yeah, just all of it together was like, man, I worked so hard already. Like, how much harder do I got to work for this thing? That is a good thing.
Well, thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel better about your experience. You were still able to do what it is you needed to do, as opposed to just saying, never mind. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. That completes the story for me.
Thanks for letting me share that with you all.
In case you're wondering about time, we're going to go to 8:50, just so you have a sense of how much time we have. Yeah, we're all on the same time, so yeah.
Well, I guess I'll claim a few minutes here just to, I guess, say this out loud. I had not thought about the the disposition of my sister's afterlife until Donna, to you asked me. I honestly had not even thought about that. And it's now I've been thinking about it. And then I've been just kind of asking myself inside, how come? How come I didn't think of it? That just was not one of the first things that, or second, third, or whatever that came to my mind thinking about her death. And I just today I got a new appreciation for my theology, for how I feel, because what I learned in that moment, and as I wrote on it at the break, I learned that I I accept people for who they are. I don't judge people. That is just not my place, my business. I just learned that about myself, and so I just picked up a new appreciation for who I am, and how I feel God is, and He's all inclusive. So all of the other the rules, the this, you're supposed to do these, those are rules, and I respect, what people believe, and I respect the rules. I don't, I don't buck up against them much. Say much, because there are those times. But um, but I'm thankful for that. I'm able to put somebody say, "Who are you?" I because you asked me that question, and I was waiting for these feelings to start happening inside and stuff. It just didn't happen for me. And so I I am thankful that my theology includes everybody. And um I don't have the obligation or the need to try to figure out what's going to happen with you and you and you. I just want to share God and share love. And if you want it, you can have it. If you don't, that's fine. So I guess I want to say thank you, Donna, for even asking that question. I had just never thought about it, but yeah.
I guess that's why you do the things you do so well, Audrey, because and I love that also in the context of Kate last week, because you always would say, okay, what is her theological conviction? I know she do this massive interfaith and cross all these boundaries and is capable of doing that. But which is, it's like I want to see the conviction that is grounding these to be able to do that work. And that's exactly what you are saying, Audrey, because articulating your own conviction, theological conviction that you stand with, gives you freedom to be saying, I can now cross these boundaries and do interfaith ministry. So it's beautiful to be able to do that work of saying, I know who I am, I know what I believe, and I feel confident in that. Therefore, I'm not that confidence allow you now to say, okay, let me open up, let me do those interfaith, because sometimes we just are afraid because we're afraid that doing interfaith ministry is going to hurt our own theological conviction. But if you don't, your conviction is not hurt. If you conviction by default, if you say that somebody is hurting your conviction, then there was no conviction to begin with, because when you're grounded, you can do that work. So yeah, so only that ability to say you know who you are, you know what you believe. And now that belief encompasses you just embracing everyone. And, so I love that. I love, and I see that a lot now. And Kate is laughing because I'm like, she does all this prison thing, but where does she stand theologically? She's a seminarian, for God's sake. Where is, you know? So so hearing it for me is like great. I see that. I mean, you do that work as a fantastic pastor. You're also able to like go pastor, but go be with everyone and like just like Jesus, boundary crossing all these spaces. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Alice. I think the awareness is of that is so big for me because of I grew up in a denomination that was very legalistic. These rules. You talk about the women. Couldn't be in the pulpit. Just all of these rules. You're going to hell. That kind of thing. And so that awareness for me was just a reminder that I've been delivered from that thinking because I was in that for so many years. And I really didn't realize that I had moved past that I've been away from it for years too now. Um, but I believe that's why that awareness was like, wow, woof, thank you.
You know, one thing I think about as you're talking, it's just this call to chaplaincy that you have in life. And I think in a rough framework, what you're talking about, you can land, like you said, legalistic, or you can land on the side of hospitality. And all I can say is everything about you says hospitality, and that's a good thing for the chaplaincy line. Like to edge that way. You can do some things with the other one, but they kind of shrink your focus. The way you're talking, it only opens space for all the people you're going to encounter, which I think is another reason you're already a good chaplain and becoming a better one as every day passes.
Thank you.
Audrey, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, just wanted to note that. And I just take a moment to sort of sit in some of the themes I heard of uh, sexism and gender bias and maybe even say misogyny. And yet, as you talk about it, very much an integral part of your experiences, the very subversive way in which you move to hope and challenge and pushing back in order to get the work done. It reminds me of Shifra and Pua. I hope I'm saying their names correctly. The midwives in the First Testament. That's what you embodied in your whole conversation. And I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge, Audrey, that you put in your verbatim, you wanted to deepen your theological insight and you just did it. I mean, you didn't even wait for another class. You did it. And I just want to affirm that and the way in which the community around you, the group, is also affirming everything. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So let's take a 12-minute break. Alice is back first again.
I was here.
You were. Me, I declare. All right, now you take it away.
Alice, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm doing the verbatim now, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Let me share screen. Actually, Audrey and Kate, I just realized I did not send you my verbatim. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I can also send it after this, but okay. I'm not going to read everything, only the section that is important. So this is about a student I call NA, that she is one of the students in my class. For context, this semester, we've been reading them 3 different books for our Core 100 class. One of those books is The Good, the Beautiful, and Kind by Rich Villodas. It's a book that really delves a lot into the fractures, brokenness, and it deals a lot with trauma. The section that really deal with trauma. And so let me put, that is the context in which this emerged. Normally I do not do clinical work at all at APU. I do mentorship at APU, but this class had provoked a situation that I really needed to. So that is a little bit of the context. I bring this verbatim because my encounter with NA touched a deep place in me as both a chaplain and teacher. From the first day of class, Ennis sat quietly in the back, speaking to no one and keeping her gaze fixed on her notebook. Her silence carried more than reserve. It carried weight and watchfulness. During our discussion of Rich Villodas' The Good, Beautiful, and Kind, when the class explored the idea of wounds that distort love, she began to cry quietly. That moment stayed with me. When she later shared her story of losing a close friend in combat, I recognized that her grief came from a moral injury, a wound that fractures her trust in God and herself. I sensed that beneath her quietness lived a guarded soul searching for safety. The meeting invited me to listen not only to her words, but to her silence, her breath, and her posture. From a personality theory perspective, her withdrawn way of relating seemed to be a defense against shame and loss. This called me to practice trauma-informed chaplaincy that honors her pace and allow her to lead her own healing. The encounter also made me aware of struggles within me between the need to comfort and the discipline to remain grounded. My pastoral impulse wanted to reassure her that God still loves her, but I knew that spiritual language would have failed too soon. The care she needed first was safety, not answers. Sitting with her stirred sorrow and tenderness in me. I noticed my breath grow shallow when she spoke of guilt, and I had to remind myself to breathe, to stay present. I bring this verbatim because it captures my learning urge as a chaplain, to trust silence, to wait without rushing, and to hold moral pain as sacred ground. I hope my peers can help me reflect on how to stay attentive without absorbing the pain, and how to keep my presence gentle, clinical, and steady enough to let healing begin. I'll skip the outcome indicators. Background. Annie is a student veteran who served 6 years in the military. She saw her close friend die in combat and feel guilt and anger towards the officer in charge. This trauma left her emotionally and spiritually wounded. She has avoided prayer for 2 years, saying it feels painful and empty. This meeting continued a pastoral relationship which began when she broke down in class during a discussion of Viloda's good, beautiful, and kind. The idea of holding and hindering wound helped her open up. The visit's purpose was to offer any safe, groundless place to explore guilt, anger, and spiritual alienation after witnessing a friend's death in combat. Because Annie carries a moral wound affecting her trust in God and others, I did not aim to give quick comfort. Instead, I wanted to create an environment where her story could unfold at her pace. I stayed open and humble, letting her guide us as I watched her emotional and spiritual signals. Primary goal was to establish emotional and spiritual safety. Joseph back that she never speaks in class at all. She's always looking down. She really never says a word. So speaking with me was the very first time it was massive silence. But as the encounter continued, she was able to talk. So the goal was to establish emotional and spiritual safety, to allow silence and breathing to serve as pathway to calm and grounding, maintain permission-based pacing and steady presence that respect Annie's boundaries. Avoid leading questions and let Annie decide when and how to share. Was also to honor narrative agency. The goal was to encourage Annie to describe her experience using her own language and imagery, reflect her own words with care, to affirm understanding rather than to interpret her meaning, validate her emotional reality, including anger towards God and honest expression of pain. Also to integrate theoretical frameworks, personality theory, to recognize Annie's reserved manner as an adaptive response to trauma, not resistance or detachment. Trauma-informed care, practice attuned presence, gentle pacing, and awareness of physical signals such as breathing, posture, and tone. Moral injury theory, understand her guilt and alienation as a rupture of core values rather than moral failures, inviting compassion over correction. Provide spiritual grounding without pressure. Use silence, breath, and attentive listening as form of spiritual care. Offer theological framing only if Annie initiates or invites it. Model the presence of God through patient attention rather than words. Support ongoing collaboration and boundary. Reinforce continuity through consistent meeting time and clear limit of confidentiality. End each session with an invitation rather than an expectation. Would you like to meet again next week, or would you prefer to decide later? This plan centers safety, dignity, and agency as the foundation of care. It ensures that Annie's healing unfolds through trust and self-directed reflection rather than instruction, allowing the encounter to become a space where presence itself becomes the first language of restoration. So this now is the dialogue. And for the setting, after class in the counseling office, every classroom at APU has a small room where faculty can go after class for students who want to talk. In the counseling office where past sessions were held. This was my 6th meeting with Annie, a student veteran who started coming after breaking down in class, discussing Viloda's good, beautiful, and kind. The idea of holding wounds and hindering wounds had stirred something in her, Today she sat by the window, posture close, eye downcast, breathing shallow. The room felt heavy but safe. I reminded myself to move slowly and let her lead. So I need NA and CH.
I'll do NA.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'll do the CH.
Okay.
I could not sleep again last night. Every time I close my eyes, I see him. I can still hear the gunfire.
Her voice trembles slightly, her finger twists together. The memory feels alive in the room. My chest tightens as I sense my own breathing grows shallow. The weight of her pain settles around us like fog.
That sounds exhausting, NA. What happens within you when that memory returns?
I lean forward gently, palms open, my heart beats steady. I stay grounded and let her set the rhythm.
My chest gets tight. I start thinking I could have stopped it. I replay it again and again.
Her eyes glisten, fix past me. There is anguish and longing in her voice. My throat tightens and I feel the ache of beneath my rib.
Your body remembers what your mind cannot forget. It sounds like the pain has been living inside you.
I chose my words slowly. Compassion rises quietly, steadying myself, aware of her vulnerability. Tears forming.
I hate that I cannot make it stop. I hate that God did not stop it either.
Her shoulders shake. Her crying feels like a lament too sacred to interrupt. My own eyes staying in shed sorrow. The room is alive with tenderness and grief.
It sounds like you're
Sorry.
It sounds like you are longing for a God who shows up when everything falls apart. Wow.
My voice softened, often almost to a whisper. My stomach tightened as I sense the gravity of what she has said. The honesty of her pain humbles me. I let the silence hold us both.
I used to believe that God protected good people. I do not know what I believe anymore.
Her words are calm, but her jaw trembled. I sense both grief and courage in her honesty. A deep respect grows in me for the faith she once carried and the courage it takes to question it now.
It takes strength to admit when faith feels broken. You are giving voice to something real, not pretending.
As I speak, warmth spread through my chest. I notice a quiet reverence within me. This moment feels sacred precisely because it is so raw.
Silence feels unsafe. That's when the memories get loud.
Her hand clenched together again, knuckled white. I sense fear lingering beneath her palm surface, her calm surface. My palm grew moist, my breath shallow, and I prayed inwardly for steadiness.
Would it help if we breathed together for a moment? No words, just presence.
I shift slightly, sitting upright but relaxed. My breathing deepens intentionally. The silence stretched like a soft fabric between us, not empty but full. Time slows, the air feels almost still.
My breathing helps, but there's still something heavy in me.
Her tone softened, her shoulder lowered just a little. I noticed her gaze move towards the window. The light catch her face, and for a moment, there is calm.
That heaviness might be love that never found its way to rest. Sometimes grief is love waiting for home.
The words come slowly from somewhere deep within. My body feels warm, my spine relaxed. I sense a quiet rightness in the air.
I want to believe that love can survive all this.
Her eyes lit slightly towards me for the first time. There is exhaustion there, but also a small glimmer of hope. My heartbeat quickens. I sense a fragile shift in the room.
The fact that you want to believe means love is still alive in you.
Her gaze meets mine for a moment. My breathing steadied. The quiet that follows feels peaceful, as if something invisible was settled.
Then why do I still feel dirty, like I failed everything I stood for?
Her voice cracked. I sensed shame in the way she curls slightly inward, as if hiding from herself. A deep ache forms in my stomach. I remind myself to stay open, not protective.
What you describe is called moral injury. It happens when what you value most is violated, leaving a deep wound in the soul. It does not mean you are broken beyond repair.
I speak with calm conviction, grounded in clinical understanding, but shaped by empathy. My tone stays even, not didactic. I sense she is listening, not just yelling.
A soul wound. That makes sense. I've been trying to fix it instead of letting it heal.
Her voice came slowly, each one heavy but clear. There is a mix of reflection and surrender in her tone. I sense relief in her soldier, a softening.
Healing begins by naming the wound, which you just did. You are already doing sacred work.
I notice my breath deepen, my body ease, gratitude rises quietly. The room feels lighter, as if grace has entered unnoticed.
I still carry guilt, but I do not feel alone anymore.
Her, her, her exhale is long, the tension in her posture released. I sense stillness settling into both of us.
That is a powerful beginning, NA, to not be alone with what hurts.
The word beginning stays in my mind. My voice feels steady, my presence rooted. I sense peace hovering between us.
Maybe that's what prayer is like, just being able to breathe again.
Her tone holds wonder. The sadness is still there, but her face softened. I sense deep humility and quiet joy within me.
Yes, sometimes prayer begins when we stop forcing words and start noticing breath.
A calm warmth of flow through me. The silence that follows feels complete, as though nothing more need to be said.
Thank you for listening. I know this is part of your job, but it feels human, not clinical.
Her eyes are moist but peaceful. I sense genuine trust for the first time. My throat thickens. I swallow the emotion that rises, knowing this trust is only holy ground.
That means a lot. For me, clinical care is human care. It is where presence becomes sacred.
My voice is soft but confident. I notice gratitude filling me, steady and quiet. As our time ends, the room feels settled, held by grace. I'm going to just now, because I really want, this is the first time I'm writing a verbatim on moral injury. And this is the very first care recipient who really embodies that in moral injury and for so long. Because this is the sixth time we are meeting, and one of the first times she spoke for long. She really doesn't speak much. I really want to learn and get to know, especially Donna, you do a lot with moral injury, how to engage. I see she's opening up, but I want to learn the do's and don'ts so it can help me in this encounter. So I'm just going to talk about this analysis of the personal situation, self-reflection. I think I'll do self-reflection and evaluation. Sitting with any steady deep ache that lingers long after the session, her silence drew me inward, awakening memories of my own session of distance from God and the helplessness of wanting to pray but finding no words. When she said in NA3, I hate that I cannot make it stop. I hate that God didn't stop it either. Compassion and sorrow mixed within me. My chest constricted as if mirroring her pain. I became acutely aware of my own breathing growing shallow. I silently reminded myself to breathe slowly, to stay present, and not to rush towards comfort. Internally, I sensed tension between my pastoral instinct and to reassure her and my clinical responsibility to hold steady. My quiet inner prayer became, do not explain her pain, honor it. That reminder kept me grounded in presence rather than resolution. I also recognize that my theological formation shaped by hope and resurrection sometimes resists unresolved suffering. Yet this encounter reminded me that faithful care is not measured by visible healing, but by faithful accompaniment. When she whispered in any 10, I still carry guilt, but I do not feel alone anymore. I sense the holiness of that small shift. It affirmed that healing often begins with the unseen. I left the room carrying both sorrow and gratitude for the depth of her wound and gratitude for her trust in allowing me to hold it with her. Her silence was not rejection, it was trust. That realization became my prayer of humility, to keep listening with a heart, to let tears and breathing become secret language, and to believe that God's grace moves quietly within unfinished stories. Evaluation my involvement. I entered this session aware that any story carried moral complexity and spiritual weight. My clinical goal was not to interpret, but to provide spacious presence. What I did well was pace the encounter with gentleness. When she said in NA 5, silence feels unsafe, I invited her to breathe with me, creating shared regulation and calm. That act helped her reclaim agency, offering control rather than instruction. Through reflective listening, I affirmed her experience without theological overlay. My response in CH2, your body remembers what your mind cannot forget, located her pain in embodied memory rather than in moral failure, helping her view her suffering through compassion instead of shame. Yet I also see where I need to continue growing. Internally, I wrestle with the urge to offer comfort through words about divine faithfulness, which would have relieved my discomfort more than hers. The temptation to frame her pain too soon in theological language reminded me how easily my pastoral heart can overshadow my clinical stance. I must keep refining the discipline of restraint, trusting that silence, not speech, often become the healing pace. Another area for development lies in how I integrate moral injury framework into theological reflection without imposing closure. Moral injury is not resolved through doctrine, but through presence, trust, and moral coherence. I plan to bring this to supervision to explore further how to balance empathy with boundaries and practice language that dignify pain without diminishing it. I think I should say something about my theological and spiritual. Enid's narrative embodied the intersection of moral collapse and divine compassion. Her guilt and anger towards God show how moral injury challenges simplistic theology of sin and punishment. Moral injury is not rebellion, but a suffering of a conscience that has witnessed too much. Viloda's framework of hindering wounds and holy wounds illuminates Enid's transformation. Her moral wound began as a hindering wound, a space of paralysis and isolation. Yet through presence and shared silence, it began to turn holy, opening its truth and tenderness. In her statement, NA10, I still carry guilt, but I do not feel alone anymore. I witnessed the first movement towards moral repair, where love and pain coexist without negating each other. Theologically, I was reminded that God's redemptive presence often dwells in laments before resurrection. Christ's own wound models this secret paradox. Holiness emerges not from avoiding suffering, but from transforming it. Any silence became a form of embodied prayer, a lament that awaited a divine response without demand. Spiritually, I learned I learned again that healing unfolds at the pace of trust, not the pace of theology. Philosophically, this encounter reaffirmed that authentic care honors both agency and mystery. And his journey reflects the very rhythm of redemption, moving from alienation to belonging, from moral rupture towards restored wholeness. So I will leave the others because I really want you, my peers, to give me feedback on how to the semester. I'm going to meet with her for another 5 weeks until the end of the semester where I have her in that class. I want to be able to have language that will help me really, not that at the end is moral repair, but I just want that holy wound where she stops, if possible, feeling so guilty, because that is where she is, even though she's now, the wound is not paralyzing her as it's hindering her, but there's so much guilt and so much anger towards the commanding officer and God, these three. So I would like to, if you guys can tell me what I did that I can do better, so I can know how to walk with her, be that presence with her for the remaining 5 weeks that I have her. I don't know, do I stop sharing? Okay, I'm just going to stop sharing. Oh. Donna, could you help me stop sharing from that end?
I'm hesitating because I think I want to invite you to a specific line. Are you able to go back to it?
Okay.
I I think it's C6 and C8.
Wait, is
That
this?
one's mine, Alice, from earlier.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I still have it up on. Okay, where is mine? I think I closed it.
Did you?
I think I closed it. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Which one was that, Donna?
C6 and C8.
C6. And okay, there it is C6. My breathing helped, but there is still something heavy in me. And 8.
No, CH6 and
CH6.
CH8.
The heaviness might be love that never found its way to rest. Sometimes grief is love waiting for a home.
Very good. And then CH8.
What you describe is called moral injury. It happens when what you value most is violated, leaving a deep wound in the soul. It does not mean you are broken beyond repair.
Okay, so when you go hold CH6 and 8 in the same screen, and I'm trying to respond to your
Okay.
specific.
Okay, let me just try to see if I can get both on the same.
There you go.
6 and 8. Okay.
So I'm responding to your specific question.
Mm-hmm.
You wondering whether or not you're engaging moral injury, the use of moral injury very well. Absolutely. It's clear. You have a solid command on moral injury. You embody it in the moment in your practices with her and in your interactions with her. And I can clearly see the use of that book informing what's happening in your conversations. And so I'm curious of what it would be like in CH6, for example, to not tell her that the heaviness might be love, to not tell her that grief is love waiting for home,
Mm-hmm.
but to invite her to whatever insights she has about it. And in CHA, I'm curious about why you started teaching. Like she really needed a definition of moral injury at that time. What was going on in you to say, hey, let me teach her what moral injury is right now. So, but powerful, I mean, yes, this exudes moral injury skills, trauma-informed care skills, embodied listening and presence, and those are, I think, because it's you, Alice,
Mm-hmm.
I think to say it most succinctly, and in a space that I know I know this is safe with you and with this group. So C6 and C8 and other places, I feel you trying to balance theologizing, which is imposing meaning, and to allowing theology to arise from within her. And I think, as you said, you'd be strengthened by more restraint in not theologizing,
Mm-hmm.
giving her space to make sacred meaning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hope I have directly responded to your direct question to me.
Right, right. I think it's really helpful. Yeah, it's helpful. Yeah, because it wasn't really in the. Because then why do I feel dirty? I like I failed everyone I stood for. That urged me to just came that she needed to hear that it's not um that is not like she's broken. Again, the goal for me is trying, how do I come in and be that person who make her know you're not dirty, all of that. But again,
Yeah,
you said now
yes,
I'm defining for
yeah.
her how she's feeling
Teaching.
rather than just finding a way to the goal is to how do I
Try it right now, Alice.
mhm,
Then
uh,
why do I still feel dirty? Like I failed everything I stood for.
okay, I would say could you share more why you think you feel dirty or some things like could you share?
Powerful. So not
Yeah.
why you think,
Mm-hmm.
that's powerful.
Oh,
You
okay.
say more about why you still feel dirty, not think. She's claimed it.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking it from her because you don't want her to feel that way, I
Mm-hmm.
imagine.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
over and over again, if you could just restrain a little more.
I tell you, I restrain. There's no God in this. So,
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. I have no more feedback.
I told Donna today that I just feel like the book of Esther, where God is present but never named. You know, yeah, the
And I
silence.
was scared to ask her who I was in that book. I was scared.
You were she who must not be named, Donna.
Yeah. Do I still keep it on or Kate and Audrey?
You can close it if you want to. It's up to you. I just wanted to be very specific trying to respond to your question.
Well,
Thank
before you let it down,
Okay.
I didn't write, I didn't remember the number, but the one where you said this is the beginning, uh, she said, I think it was toward the end.
Okay. Let me see. Yes,
She
something.
said she was feeling, oh, that is a powerful beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she said, I
Yeah.
still carry guilt, but I do not feel alone anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you said that is a powerful beginning in a to not be alone with what hurts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So at first, you said that is a powerful beginning, the word beginning,
Mhm.
it was like a light just went on for me. Um, and I could imagine that that happened to her, because when you say that's a powerful beginning, that means there's more to go. This is the start of
Mhm.
something new. So if she's feeling better, which it appears that she was feeling better, and
Mhm.
feeling, not healed or anything like that, but is at the beginning of that. To me, that gave her some hope,
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
especially since you still have 5 more weeks with her or whatever. And so it'll give her something to be thinking about. And maybe when she comes back, she'll have a plan. She'll be able
Mhm.
to say whatever it is she want to say, or guide the conversation more.
Right.
Yeah. And this one, maybe it's because of all of your experience, but I like a holy wound. I had never heard that before.
Mhm.
Um, and well, maybe, what is that?
Right. That is why this context, that is why from there where she started crying in class. We are doing a book on Velodas, is the beautiful and kind. So it's how to live in a fractured world. That is the book. And a lot of it is talking also about trauma. And it really, then in the section that talks about trauma, it talks about hindering wound and holy wound. That is the pain that we carry. Hindering wound is the pain that we carry in us that paralyzes us. You cannot move. You stay in it, it paralyzes you, that you are just in it, and it's hindering everything about your life. And holy wound becomes a point where, in Vilodas's own understanding, holy wound becomes the point where you shift that wound, you give it to God. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It hurt, but it's no longer paralyzing you. It is not gone, it's not taken away, but you live with it. Without that, it becomes paralysis. Because you have given that wound, you have given that pain, whatever that, all of that, you have given it to God for Vilodas's own term, because that is the book, the class lecture, that it becomes holy wound now, because you give in the to God again, like is Jesus's wound is there, it's always there, but it's not hindering. So that is the context from where that holy wound, hindering wound, that she started crying, and that's where we started that conversation. She said since she came back from the army, she's never been able to do anything with her life. And it's true, because this class, she's taking it for the third time because of the so much pain, but it's been paid for by the veteran something. So she's been so paralyzed and in that pain, in that hurt, in unforgiveness, that she couldn't move. But now she's learning to say, I still feel pain, but I'm not going to let it prevent me from living. That is where you come to holy wound. The wound is
Okay.
that is the difference. I,
Okay, so then she would have understood or been
yes,
able to relate to what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
because for me, it just felt like you named a lot of stuff for
Mhm.
her in there.
Right. This one is, those are names that she had in class.
Yeah.
I didn't need to name it, because the class is what generated this. I didn't need to really name it. She understood it. And that again, also context. This girl has been in therapy for the past 2 years. And in those past 2 years, she told me in 6 weeks, she has spoken more to me than she spoke to her therapist in 2 years. And because she held so much anger, so much pain, that she never was able to open up. But when she realized that she was living in this place of paralysis, that she would not breathe, she could literally not breathe in the metaphorical sense of the word. And that class made her just like break down. And from that breaking down, it opens up a space to begin. And trust me, I will guarantee you in 3 weeks or the first 3 weeks, she didn't say more than 4 words to me. We sat in silence a lot.
Alice, I want you to try to pull your reflection a little bit more towards you.
Okay.
What does it mean to you that you're naming, you're theologizing, you're naming theologically what's going on with her, as opposed to her naming theologically what's going on with her? What is the difference in that for you?
Okay, the difference is, okay, the thing is, this is in conversation number 6, right? In that very first day, those 2 words she named it for the very 3 things, those 2 words she named it herself. Because those 2 words, holy wound, hindering wound, has been the core of the conversation. And she named it herself. Now I'm using a term which has become her term. Yes, it's a term that originated, everybody in class use that term a lot because they had to, yeah. But it's a term that I am using a term that she herself has used several times and still uses to talk about what is going on with her. So I'm not naming, if I name it for her, I name it for in class for everyone from the book. But from then on though, she has used that term again and again and again. And so me using it here.
I want to make this observation. I'm
Yeah.
asking you to talk about you, and you're continuing to talk about her and teach
Okay.
about the class and the use of the class. And I'm asking you to talk about you. What
Okay.
does it mean for you to theologically interpret her pain as spoken in this verbatim,
Right.
opposed to her speaking it? Is there a difference in that for you?
Um, it is true that I am the one using it for this verbatim, right? Um, but I would still say though that I'm using it as a point of contact between her and me, because those are the words, that is where we meet in our conversation, her and myself.
That is so helpful. You're using it, the book and the
Yes.
teaching, as a point of contact.
Yes, because that's why this
I think that is very descriptive of what you're doing. Thank you. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And it's a genesis of all of this conversation anyway, those 2 words. Yeah.
Because a point of contact with her in the moment
Mm-hmm.
would be different, because I would imagine it would be more, what does Audrey call it? Parroting. You sound like a parrot. So thank you. I think that's exactly scribes what you're doing.
Right.
You have a point of contact that's a text you're teaching,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
slightly skewed from the person as the text in front of you.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, because at that point of contact is where she's able to articulate her pain, because it is the reference point that gives her language to articulate her pain.
I think she's able to articulate her pain with Alice, and
Yes,
Alice brings a book in to navigate pain between Alice and her. And
right.
she's actually able to articulate her pain with the book removed.
I doubt though. That one
I
I would
know
say
you
that.
do. I believe you do. Thank you.
I know, I doubt that she will even, because yeah, I doubt that. Because again, this verbatim you do selective, you don't, this is not a 30-minute conversation that you write down. And in that conversation, she used that term too. In every conversation she uses that term as a means of her dealing with the current situation of herself. Right. So yeah. I get what you're saying. I really, really do. But I don't think there's been any conversation that she and I would have had without that term being at the core of her ways of articulating where she is now.
Right. That's why in part, I chose CH6 and CH8 because those terms are not there by you or her.
Right,
There's something
absolutely.
else that,
Absolutely.
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I think Kate's trying to get in, so Donna has to shut
Kate,
up.
come in.
I might take a little sidestep here and say, obviously, Donna's the educator and she knows a lot of stuff. But I think actually, as we read through this verbatim, I've not seen you write this poetically before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's something really special and significant about that you chose to tell this verbatim in more poetic language. So yeah, maybe there's all the technical pieces you're talking about, but if we do think of, I'll use Donna's earlier word because I like it, subversive.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me wonder if there's something going on inside of you that's richer and deeper and more lovely that had you choose this writing style, it really actually comes across to me as impactful more than any of your technical papers.
Mm-hmm.
So I just make that observation and
Mm-hmm.
I just might say if there was a wondering for me, like you're so talented with language and you've studied the Bible and you've studied all the narrative and literary and form and whatever all the ways there are to use. And I almost wonder if that's like a good gift to challenge yourself with. If you take your words and play with them in one form and play with them in another form, and what does it mean for you? What does it mean for your conversation? Because
Mm-hmm.
here it came across as more tender than academic. So
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say that from my perspective. One thought I have, and again, take it or leave it as you like. I have a lot of these conversations where somebody dies in somebody's arms. Usually it's drugs or guns or things like that. But one thing that has worked for me, just to kind of give you a place to start,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is sort of a really simple template for reflection. And very often I'll do it on paper or I'll speak it and let them respond. But for what you're talking about, I might use something, the prompt of, I carry the weight of dot, dot, dot.
Mm-hmm.
I let go of dot, dot, dot. And then again, I carry the weight of, I let go of, I carry the weight of. So you kind of go down all the things that are just burdens and you
Mm-hmm.
acknowledge what to let go. And then if she's ready, what I'll do with my guys is we'll just build a mantra from that. We'll build something that they can say to themselves, whether it's short or long or for the morning or for when they're feeling anxious, kind of put some of those ideas together. So, but focusing more on the I let go of and then kind of where you can take that. So sometimes just the rhythmic approach to that I've found is helpful in trauma awareness and self-forgiveness and some of these bigger things like shame and guilt and reframing identity in the context of what seems like life's greatest fail.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one observation, and no doubt you could use other language or things, but kind of those two, just A, B, A, B, A, B, as many times as it takes to get out all the words.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That is helpful. Very helpful actually. By the way, the change of language, I've been doing a lot of research on how to meet people where they are and like what kind of language to use. I've been doing a lot of research, and that's why I get the dictionary of words to use. So, I do a lot of research now to say, okay, what language meets who at what time. It's not the same language that meet or everybody else, you know. And also, yeah, that's where I'm trying to last unit we had Victor. He is very poetic. Every every verbatim of his packed full of poetry, you know. And then somebody had told me in his Federation of Christian Ministry we had made this the group of chaplains that they use proverbs and then they're trying to find proverbial language when it depends on who they are meeting. So I too, that is my goal is I need language that meet people where they are. I need to be comfortable to have an entire verbatim with that, with God being in the background but not in the foreground. You know, I need to be okay with that because it's not the care recipient's problem, it's my problem. I need to be okay with that. So yes, I'm doing a lot of research and I'm very open now what techniques that help. It might help one, it might not help with another, but it's good to try. If it doesn't help, fine. Then something else that can help, you know.
I think earlier you said that you either said, I don't do clinical work or something like that earlier.
Today, no.
Was that you?
That I don't do clinical work. I have
Yeah.
moved to that language a long time ago. I won't use that language of what it's
Oh,
clinical work in a different
but
context.
I just I felt like that was a therapy session. And so I don't know what your role is, but it sounded like a clinician
Mhm.
or therapist, chaplain, you know, with this person bringing her from one place to the next. And then you said it was your sixth meeting. So it, I feel like you're, I think maybe you called it a mentor.
No, I do mentorship with other students. That is not
Uh,
part of my clinical work. This one,
So,
particularly, yeah.
so do you do one-on-one supervision? What is it?
I do a lot of mentorship. By the way, being a professor, you have to be a mentor. And for me, I love that part of mentorship for students. But mentorship is not the same because mentorship, they really come for you for advice, they come for prayer. It is very,
Right, right.
very, very clear what you do there.
I'm
You
just
know,
wondering then, why are you having these meetings? You said that was
this
the
one
sixth one.
with this one with
Uh-huh.
Benny, yeah, this is this the sixth one because I had when I introduced myself in my class, my bio, I told them that I was
Oh,
in chaplaincy, I was in training. So those students, I've had students who have met me in that capacity. So and yeah, I meet her, be that presence and listen to her. I'm not her therapist. She has a therapist, by the way. I wish I knew who was her therapy. I've not gone, I've not asked that. I'm not going there now until she volunteers that. But I just, to be very honest, in the work we do, I would tell you this. She's different in class. That person was always on her book, looking out the window, book, looking out the window, no eye contact, looks in front. That's those little things for me. And I'm
yeah.
so glad that in that sense, in that space, I am doing pastoral care, whether it's pastoral care, spiritual care, whatever we call it. I am really happy, glad that in that space, when she told me, I have spoken to you in 6 weeks more than I spoke to my therapy in 2 years. It's very affirming. Yes, I don't go to the therapy work, so I'm not doing the work she doesn't like, you know. And I would say a lot of it is also because there's so much silence. In the 30 minutes, there's so much silence. which if you know me, is harder for me. This is the most difficult encounter for me, as me, challenging me, than I've ever had, because it's raw pain with someone who basically don't say much. But every time she says something, it's very heavy. So in that space, yes. And this is the thing with my hyphenated identity. Yes, I'm a teacher in that class, but I have a role of chaplaincy, which usually I will not do at APU, but this particular case called for it. And I'm happy I'm doing it in that space. Right. So, yeah.
Well, I'm happy for her that she has you. She has somebody who she has found she's able to talk to.
She's training me too to sit there in quiet, to have a whole session without mentioning God. You have to know she's training me. Because you want to pray, you want to hug, you want to do that. All of
Yeah.
us here, we do the work we do in restraint, but that's what all of us here want to do. In pain, you want to just give a hug, but no, you won't give it. She never hugged me. She has not hugged me even once. I'm hoping that one day she will, but before the semester ends, So anyway.
That was very, very interesting.
No.
Yeah, it really was, Alice. It's amazing. May I ask you a personal question?
Yes.
Do you ever just like sit in your pajamas and do nothing?
Until I finished uni, because at this time you have to know I'm doing a master's degree in psychology with the emphasis on gerontology. I'm in CPE, I am full-time teaching. I will do that, Kate. At end of May, I will be done with all school. And I say, Lord Jesus, this concludes my ever sitting as education. Then right now, no, I really don't have that luxury. This semester and next semester, I don't have that luxury. But I will. I wrote this thing at 4 a.m. I was meeting, I had IS. 4 a.m. this morning, I had to reread and, because again, I just couldn't do much. I was so beaten after the class yesterday that I was so morally down. But in May, Kate asked me that question. I'll tell you, yes,
I will. You work
I'm going to South Africa
so hard.
for this. I'm going to South Africa in December. So I will sit with my pajamas sometimes because of the time difference. Yes. Anyway, thank you for asking.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you for your verbatim, and thank you for even saying, I hope that I get to hug her.
Mhm.
Thank you for naming that. And yeah, you could do the didactic on moral injury.
I have done a lot of research there.
I
I can
know, I
literally do
don't,
it.
we're having someone else come, but
Yeah.
you could do that. Yeah.
Can I ask, since there's two experts in the room, can you explain the difference for me between moral injury and trauma?
Don't know.
They're like a way of thinking, because I always
Yes.
thought moral injury was doing something that went against your moral system, but
Yes.
trauma could be like
Mhm.
a thing that happens, like your friend dies next to you,
Yes.
but that wouldn't necessarily be moral injury. It would be trauma.
You just defined it.
That's it. You
Is
got it.
that's okay to
Yeah.
differentiate like that? Okay, so
Yes.
that there's some overlap, but
Yeah.
Yes.
they're not the same, right?
That's
Mhm.
right. You just
Okay.
named it very well.
Mhm.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Excellent. Thank you, Alice. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, everyone, for your comments.
Thank you. Alice, your work with moral injury it's so clear. It's
Thank
powerful.
you.
Yeah. So thank you for coming back, and I'm want to the best of my ability, honor, not honor, but try to um, address the feedback of moving too fast. So I'm not invested in finishing this tonight. I may finish it another time, and I think that's going to really give me permission to to slow down. Okay. I love your responses. Okay. So I want to talk about core feelings and spiritual care intervention. And I'm drawing on a work called the Pitts and Niner concept, and it's by Gerald Jones, who happens to be a board certified chaplain. And I hope the simplistic form in which I present it is helpful. And so I want you to imagine this person up here. Can you see my cursor? You can. Okay. So imagine this person up here. And if this person who sees another person, and this is in a pit, by the way, okay? If this person were described as the oblivious, what do you think their action would be towards the person in the pit? So you're going to need to unmute and just jump in.
They would just walk right across the bridge.
Well, I like that. They would walk right across, right? And be oblivious to the person in the pit. I agree. They may say, sucks to be you, and keep on trucking. They're oblivious. What might the do-gooder say? So again, it's that person up there. What might the do-gooder say to the person in the pit?
Hold on, I'm coming for you.
Hold on, I'm coming for you. Thank you. They might also say, what are you doing down there? You should be up here, right? Absolutely. So what would the fixer say?
Coming for you.
And what does the fixer have?
The, the latter. The fixer has what the person needs to get out of the pit.
They have, I love the way you said that. So they have a ladder. And I want to call their ladder their agenda. And so their agenda is to get the person out the pit. We can get you out of here. So follow my lead. I'll be with you the whole way. I got an agenda, AKA I got a ladder. They don't have to get all the way off the ladder either. They're the fixer.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the chaplain? What's the chaplain's response going to be?
I'll come and sit with you.
I love it. They're going to be the co-journer. And as Alice said, I'll come and sit with you. No agenda, no ladder. Audrey's already like, well, get me a fixer then. So they'll be like, whoa, it's dark or it's scary or this is sad or whatever down here. And I'm down here with you. So that's the co-journer, what I would describe as the chaplain. So Niner feelings, Niner stands for in, name the feelings, I, identify the feelings, N, normalize, then E is express or explore, and then you restate. So the co-journer chaplain is going to kind of go through these feelings. But what we're going to simply use is what's sometimes called the 4 core feelings. We're not going to talk about all feelings. Mad, sad, glad, afraid. And why are they called core feelings? Well, one, because they're biologically hardwired. You got this from infancy. It's what we call innate, right? It's universal. Mad, sad, glad, afraid is found in all cultures. And I am going to give you these slides. And it's an organizing thing. It shapes our behavior, it shapes our thoughts, it shapes our relationships. Mad, sad, glad, afraid. Okay, those core feelings. And then finally, they're adaptive, meaning each emotion has a purpose. And what do I mean by that? Anger protects, sadness releases, fear alerts, joy connects. So mad, sad, glad, afraid. Those are just the core feelings we're going to work with in Niner. So my question to you before we go any further than that is, of these core feelings, mad, sad, glad, afraid, just those four, I want you to think about an interaction where you're the spiritual caregiver. And I want you to think about, of all of these core feelings, mad, sad, glad, afraid, which am I the most comfortable being with? Which am I the most comfortable being with? This is the easiest kind of care encounter for me, when they're mad, they're sad, they're glad, or they're afraid. And then which is the hardest for you? Which are you most comfortable with, and which is the hardest for you? So let's just take 30-second pause and just kind of sit with that and think about you as a caregiver.
It's hard to say though, because most of the time they are intersecting, right?
Those
The,
four feelings, mad, sad, glad, afraid, are
it
often
says, yeah,
intersect.
right.
Which is the hardest for you to be with, Alice, as a spiritual caregiver?
Mad.
Mad.
When, yeah. And by mad, you're meaning the care recipient, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother didactic if you're the mad one. So is there anyone for whom that core feeling of being mad is the easiest one for you? Kate, you're nodding your head.
It's pretty easy for me. I was trying to think the easiest because of those four, I would probably say glad is the harder one for me. But of the other three, I don't know if I would tier them per se. Mad,
Mad,
mad, I wouldn't put it the worst.
sad, glad. Okay. That's very helpful. Audrey, you have any sense? Mad, sad, glad, afraid. What's the hardest for you?
The hardest for me is afraid. Um, because fear, just paralyzes people. And I'm, because I'm new at this, I would have to really be intentional about not trying to teach them out of fear, or um, guide them or start assuming things. So I think the afraid would be the hardest. And for me, glad was the easiest. I'm like, ooh, I love to get a glad person.
May I invite a curiosity around what you said?
Hmm.
I'm curious about when you said, they're afraid and I don't want to teach them, or what was the rest you said? Or put my
Lead,
theology on
yeah,
them or lead them.
yeah.
I am curious if you think all of those have the same effect on a person. Teach, lead, put your
Yeah.
theology.
Yeah. No, I don't think they all have the same effect at the same time. I would just be concerned about me being able to utilize them at the right time. I think when
Wow.
people,
Yeah.
for me, when people are afraid, I want to help them and hold them and comfort and give them some security. And I may just start talking and just saying stuff to and
Yeah.
in my experience, a lot of times when they're in that mode of when they're in fear, now I'm learning sometimes just be quiet for a minute and allow them to start expressing whatever. So I'm still
Yeah.
learning that part of it. So that's why it's the most
Yeah.
challenging.
I can appreciate that. And I want to affirm that often, right? I don't want to make a universal claim for everybody, but often moving to the teaching is an attempt to be soothing. So it's
Mm,
not just I'm just teaching because I'm a teacher. No, teaching is often an empathetic response internally. I want to soothe them.
mm,
And that's certainly how I experienced it in your verbatim. And it's how I experienced it in Alice's verbatim as well. The teaching is to soothe.
mm,
That's your intent. And that intent matters. Intent matters. Now, impact, we still learning, right? We have to figure that out from them. But and each time, it'll be different. But I just want to affirm that. Okay. So excellent. So you're clear. You people like glad. I'm with you. Any questions or comments before we at least get the person out the pit? Alice?
Um, this is the mad person. Why I would say that is the hardest for me because that is where my emotions draw. Mostly people are mad at the systems. Like I was mad when Kate was in her verbatim about this guy who is like the twins. He has twins and all of that. Then 40 years. That lament, you can tell he's mad at the system. And then it's hardest for me in that space because this is it's like something justice is being I'm mad at the system that will not allow for justice, whatever that might be, that will punish to the degree of just putting somebody behind bar for 40 years that the person is never going to see their children. And in that lament, and so I'm mad at that system. I'm mad when the verbatim starts with is, if I understood Kate correctly, this person was in jail, left, went, and then back. Was that correct, Kate? So could not stay in. So mad. That is where I have the hardest because a sense of justice is killing me at that point.
I think I know what you mean. Can you say more about the sense of justice is killing you?
No, in that because when people are mad, in our context, right?
Right.
When you see like the emotions of when somebody is mad, like in that case verbatim, that guy is obviously very mad. Mad for that particular content as a system that will not allow him be with his children, that will not give him mercy, and he has to stay 40 years
Okay.
behind bars. So,
So
mhm,
when you experience the feeling of mad, I think it's coupled with systemic injustice. That's what I'm hearing.
mhm.
What is your response to mad? being in the presence of someone who is mad.
That is where that I wish I could do something, but I can't do. Right? You just
You
have
want
to.
the latter.
I want the ladder. Yes, yes, yes. Give me the ladder. The fixer comes in
When
mind.
they're
But
glad, do
I
you want
can't.
the when they're glad, do you want the latter?
When they're glad, it's building relationships, right? In that, when that point of gladness, as you say, is that point of in relational
Connection.
dynamics, right? So it's different. But when they are mad, you want to get them out of that. Bring the ladder, let's put it there, the fixed mentality, and
So I want you to own and say, I want to bring the latter, and I
I
want to.
want to bring the ladder.
Audrey, when the person is afraid in the pit, do you want to bring the ladder and climb down there with?
Really bad. I want to bring the ladder.
Yeah. Kate?
How does that work for glad? Because for me, maybe it's a different, I can't
Oh, when
quite
do you want to bring the
frame
ladder?
it. Oh, hang on just a sec. Come and kiss. I'm just gonna kiss my daughter goodnight.
Okay.
Or just okay.
Mhm.
Hi. Sleep well.
So when do you want to bring the ladder? We got mad, we got afraid.
Yeah, I think for me, the way I was thinking about it was as soon as you're glad, I'm like, you're good. Let me just like do the next thing. I'm fine to celebrate a little and like enjoy it. I don't have a problem with that piece. Glad just makes me think like, what's the next step? Who's the one who's not here? Who's the one who's not glad? So I'm not sure how that would work in a pit because I'm like, you in the pit, you're good. Awesome. Stay in the pit. Like, do what you got to do.
So you
I
say,
got
"Hey, you're not oblivious. You know they're glad. So you're like, hey, stay there. I'm going to the next one. So I'm moving on."
Yeah, just wherever you got to be, you got to be. That's okay. But if you identify glad, good. And it's like genuine, not masking some other thing. But
Right. So that's helpful for us in terms of naming our comfort zones with feelings. So
Mhm.
you already know, hey, if I hear systemic injustice, hey, if I hear sadness, if I'm in the presence of mad or afraid, my fixer is coming out. And that's just important for you to know about you. So you can say, oh, put the ladder up. Let me just get in this with them. And that is not easy to do. To sit in the injustice with that. And Alice, sometimes what I observe you do is you begin to describe, you go right here, intellectual. Yeah, it's different to stay here and go get in the pit. It's like, ugh. I understand, Kate, that doesn't seem functional, and I understand it's your type, your personality. Just hang in there with me.
okay.
All right. And Audrey, the same thing. You're real clear. Hey, when sadness emerges, I have the tendency to pull out the ladder real quick, and I'm on the second rung, and I'm instructing them, get up here. Come on, let's make it happen. All right. Having said that, the Niner invites us to the risky business of naming feelings.
Mhm.
Now, you're not putting the feelings on the person, but you're responding to something that they've said, and you're at least willing to name it.
Mhm.
To name it. So I'm just going to show one more slide and then I'm going to stop. At least I'm going to try. Which was it, Donna? I think it was this one. It was. Okay. So in the Niner, come on, where you gonna go? Oh, thank you. Well, maybe I'm not gonna show one more slide. It won't advance for me. Okay. So it doesn't really matter who, but let's imagine Kate be the care receiver. Audrey, you're gonna be the chaplain. And so one person is going to initiate a feeling statement. And there's your feelings, mad, sad, glad, or afraid. So take it away, Kate.
So do you want me to read exactly what's there or initiate?
Yes. I want you to read
I
exactly.
feel kind of down.
Audrey, I want you as the chaplain to take the risk of naming the feeling. It can be mad, sad, glad, or afraid.
You sound sad.
Yep.
Nope.
You sound sad or you seem
Oh, or you seem sad.
excellent.
Okay.
You named it. Be aware of
Okay.
what happened in you when you did that. Let's keep going. The care receiver, your response, Kate.
I feel kind of down.
No, your response is and the chaplain has said you seem sad. She's named
Oh,
this.
got it. Sorry, you
So
added
now I
the
want
line.
you,
Okay, sorry, the
care receiver
formatting
two, to
confused me.
identify. To identify.
Yes, I
Oh,
feel sad.
there you go. Yeah, I am sad. So the care receiver takes the risk. You seem sad. And if the chaplain takes the risk, and if the care receiver then says, yeah, I'm sad, they've now identified the feeling. Okay. And then you get to normalize. We all normalize really well, right? But it's also the hardest part of the process because we may be stuck with something wrong. We may have missed the feeling, right? So that's why we have to wait, pay attention, because we get to rename if we name it wrong. So, Alice, you're the chaplain in this example, and Audrey, you're the care receiver.
In the case, the one, so I should read, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss. After 50 years of marriage, you must be sad.
So she named the feeling sad. Care receiver, what did you say?
Not really. Relieved.
Very good. So they renamed it. No, I'm not sad. They named the feeling relieved. Chaplain, what's your response?
This is the part where you normalize it.
Chaplain two, right. You're identifying. We're gonna, so what's your,
Okay.
Too.
yeah. So if you name the feeling as sad and the person says, no, I'm not sad, I'm relieved, they're renaming the feeling. So what's the chaplain going to do?
Relieved.
You're
Tell me
going to
more.
acknowledge it. That's right. Relieved, tell me more. So it's risky, but it's also advances the conversation. You haven't done harm just because you might have misnamed it. Well, why are they relieved, right? And then the care receiver, who was the care receiver? I forgot. Was it you, Audrey?
He was a real SOB. I have been wanting to leave him for years, but never could. I am glad to be free.
And so what's the chaplain going to say to that?
Oh, I see. I can understand why you feel relieved.
Excellent. So you're able to normalize not just the said feeling, but the identified and claimed feeling by the person. Even if you get it wrong, they will rename it. Then you go, oh, and you get to say more. And then you get to normalize it. Because now that you know after 50 years he's dead, well, they not sad at all. So it's okay, Audrey, no ladder needed. Right? And they're not mad. No ladder needed. But what you did was normalize how they felt. And you can't really normalize how they feel till somebody names the feeling and it's identified, received, accepted. You need yeah, that's how I feel. And all you got to do is stick with the four: sad, mad, glad, or afraid. Even if they don't use those words, you can use them. Or you can just, the easiest way is to use the words they use, which is what you instinctively would do. They say, no, I'm relieved. You would say, oh, relieved? Say more. Well, of course, if they're an SOB, yeah, relieved makes sense. I can see why you're relieved. No judgment, no theology, no interpreting it. All you did was name, give room for them to identify with it or rename it, and then invite them to say more and normalize it. We can stop right there. Questions, comments?
That's helpful.
Thank you for adding that little piece on, because I got really scared that I would just name some feeling wrong. But now I know that there's a way out. It can be renamed.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And they're going to trust you, so they will do it.
yeah.
Question.
Mhm.
Can you have a different answer for that based on different contexts? Because I
I
was
think you
thinking
can.
like chaplaincy in my space when I answered, but I might say something different somewhere else. Is that sort of a broadly applicable thing, or is it something inside us?
The naming, the
No,
category.
no, the feeling like you asked us, this is the one you don't like, that one.
Oh,
Can you be like, could that shift depending in spaces, or is it kind of just an underlying thing?
no, I think it can shift with spaces, experience, what's going on in your life right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, I think it can shift. So we'll do more, but I think that was a good pace, and we'll stop right there. I'll keep working at it, and I will see you
Yeah,
guys
good
next
job.
time. Oh, thank
Audrey's
you.
still
Thank you,
hanging in
Audrey.
there, so you did it.
I love you, Kate. I appreciate that.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good
thank
night.
you so
Thank
much.
you. Good night.